Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name is Daimien Kamiya and I am the Omni King, and welcome back to some Genshin. It's been some time. I'm gonna happily go over, everything I've done since the last time I played. There have been some pretty decent changes that I've done. I finished all the world quests in Sumeru. None left. All done. Be proud. Yeah, so, let's just go into the game and I can go over some of the stuff I've done, before. There's a new small event here, that's what that door is. We'll do it before I enter into the story and stuff. Alright, so first things first, I know I said I was going to, but I have not, and probably will not for the time being, pull for the Knave. And I'm calling her the Knave because I can not for the life of me remember how to say her name.
If you press.
I tested her out and I think I'm missing something because she didn't seem all that impressive. Because I wanted someone with melee pyro infusion DPS. And when I tried her out in the demo area, I didn't have pyro infusion. But apparently everyone's saying her pyro infusion is better than Hu Tao's. So I'm missing something. But I'll be perfectly fine with Hu Tao. Hell, you'll see a team I have, and I'm perfectly happy with that, and Diluc's the DPS. I don't really care.
Leaf between dry sheets of paper.
Let me go to shop quickly.
You can...
When does this reset? 2 days. Okay. They have 60 plus. There's 76. Okay, I've already used them. You could buy technically one more if I wanted to.
An attractive and handy bookmark.
Alright, so looking at teams here. We'll start with my Nahida team. So the primary change here is that Yellen is off the team now and is replaced with Candace. Seems like a really weird pick because I've talked about how I can't seem to find a good fit for Candace. Well, the thing is, I have C6 Candace. And while it's nowhere near what Yellen's burst can do, it still functions similarly. On top of this, this also allows these two to have hydro infusions if they want to. Nahida can't, obviously, because... But basically, like, every, couple seconds or something, because of the C6... So it's like every couple of seconds, the normal attack will unleash a wave dealing hydro damage. I don't really care about the damage itself, I care about the reaction. So every so often, I get an additional... And then I originally had Yellen here and not Xingqiu, but I switched Xingqiu back in because Yellen was needed on another team. This is my Neuvillette team. This went through a lot of changing. One thing I realized, though, is that to get the most out of Neuvillette's damage, you need to buff HP. And that means you need a second Hydro user in the team. So I scoured my Hydro users, and I came down to Barbara. Not only is she a reliable healer, but... Here's the thing I've learned when playing, when using resonance nowadays. If you're trying to, this is a different one because Nahida is the primary DPS. These two are just subs to what she does, right? But when the main element is a DPS, and I can, just to show you some other small examples, right? With Risley, Tainari, Heizo, Yoimi, well, that's different because Yoimi is the DPS. Navia, Diluc, right? This is my dailies team. Ignore it. I decided I wanted a dailies team to try and level up friendship a bit faster. You need you need them to harmonize in a way. So it's either they complement each other in how they can support damage, or simply put, one is an on-fielder, one is an off-fielder. And that's pretty much what this is. There is no one more on-field in the game than Neuvillette. and there's no one more off-field than Barbara. Sucrose is here because I have C6 Sucrose. Now, it's not worked out very well so far, but C6 Sucrose... Or no, it's not C6, it's this. I got her to... So, when her burst absorbs an element... Ooh, I did not realize I could level this up. I'm gonna need to get more of these. Ooh, and I can get them today. I might do that. Anyway. So it absorbs an element. Whatever element that absorbs, will boost that element by 20% for 8 seconds. So if I can boost water, it just makes Knave Roulette a monster for 8 seconds. And then I could not figure out what to do here. I was trying to think of like what elemental reaction to put here. And in the end, I just decided on Noelle. Basically, Noelle can exist for the few instances that Knave Roulette can't. Same with Sucrose. Sucrose isn't terrible, right? And yeah. And since she's pretty much heavily reliant on her burst, well, the odds are the very rare circumstances where Knave Roulette won't be useful, Noelle will have her burst up. So I'm not worried. It works okay. It's not like a perfect team or anything, but Knave Roulette does everything by himself. So who's ever in his team is inconsequential. The Risley team. So the first half didn't really change. The back half did. So Yellen's back in the team. She used to be in the team a while ago. And then I just needed a healer, so I threw in Dory. I've kind of buffed my Dory a little bit, and she's not bad. So she's really just there to heal and help generate energy for Yellen. Because the alternative was Kokomi, which I can still do, but I really kind of didn't want to. This is still up in the air, though. Because, like, in all honesty, I'm not even still sure about Shenhe. Because, like, I know she buffs cryo damage and attack damage and stuff. But yeah, I need some type of healer in here. I plan to pull for Baijo in the next banner. Which is another reason why I'm not pulling on Knave. And then I want Sijuin. We're going to see how she performs too. So this is my new team. This is actually my Burgeon team. Or whatever the hell it's called. So Yao Yao's using the new event weapon, I think came from the Alchemist event. So it's basically the slime weapon, but better. Because it's the same stats and stuff, but it actually benefits a healer. So basically, Tighnari is pretty much the DPS, and then Farina's burst... Yao Yao's healing can actually help counter Farina's HP siphoning, so it actually works out well. And then these two, their skills on off-field actually really benefit Tighnari's burst. And the cool thing is Yao Yao's heal is great, but it really needs her on-field to get the most out of it, just for the short duration that it lasts. Guess what? Her burst actually pairs really well with their off-field effects. It's actually awesome. We're actually going to play this team for a bit so I can show you. This team's still up in the air, but it's basically just, you know, a Hazo swirl team. So ever since I learned that an element helps generate particles for itself better than any, I've started pairing, like, I start in some ways making the healer the same element as the DPS. So that they can generate energy faster. So I always have more access to the healing. Right, so this is just kind of how it is right now. I don't know how long this is going to last for, but this one, again, this one's also kind of just out there. I don't really know. their bursts kind of do the same thing. So I guess it allows me to always have at least one of them running. Obviously, he's a healer, but his skill buffs attack speed, and Yoimiya is all about that attack speed. So this team hasn't changed at all. This team. So if I used to have Diluc, Layla, Faruzan, and Shengyun because Diluc has the strongest plunge attack damage in the game. But this team's actually really fun. Faruzan's really kind of cool because it's really interesting when you have a C6 Faruzan. Because she basically has the ability, her burst reduces animo resistance on enemies. And then her C6 just allows any party member to do animo damage. So you don't really need to run her with an animo character. She kind of just allows everyone to benefit, which is kind of cool. And that's kind of what I've been using her for. It's just an off-field animo booster. It's mostly an overload team, though, but it's still fun. This team I haven't really used much, but the purpose is really Razor's Burst with Chi-Chi's skill. Layla's skill is kind of there, and then Seiyu and Chi-Chi are the healers. In all honesty, this doesn't really both need to be here, nor do I need 2 cryos on the team for whatever reason, but it's really a supercharged team. Razor's Burst combined with so Chi-Chi's skill allows for cryo damage to hit the target. Razor's Burst can also trigger shock damage while also triggering normal damage, which Supercharge actually reduces physical resistance. And then this is just my friendship team. I did max out a few more characters, like Farina's now maxed, Neverlet's maxed. Okay, so I can't run primary Hydro users. I don't really care about the last one there. Yeah, I think I'm going to use my own Hazo. Where is he? It's just from my Hazo team. No, better yet, we should probably run Let's run Bennett instead of Toma for the heal, and then we run Artisan. I think that's better. Second half. We're gonna go all in on the first one now. I want to use Zhao for this one. Mika in for the attack speed. I'm massively overthinking this. I already know that. Arena. So the first one's going to be all about animo damage. The second one's all about attack damage.
Shine down! I'm going in! Truth repeats its course!
Cyclone! Truth hurts! Confess!
Inazuma shines eternal!
That is not what I wanted
Teamwork
to do.
is dreamwork! Have fun with this gift!
Cyclone!
Illusion shattered!
Give me the
Go in!
energy.
Truth repeats its course!
Can't fool me! Bring it on!
I already know Zhao's a monster. That's why I went for a back.
Shine down!
Fracture!
Everybody stand! Have fun with this gift!
Confess! Truth hurts! Cyclone!
Fortune!
Truth repeats its course!
Bring it on! Can't fool me! Truth hurts! Confess!
Problem is, by running a C6 Bennett, I need Bennett on a Pyro user team. Because his attack boost and his Pyro damage boost. So, like, him being with Yoimiya is actually brilliant. Because Yoimiya can actually camp in the zone.
Seize the skies!
Engaging! Now's our chance!
Let my name echo in song!
Disappear! Boring! Worthless!
Strike a...
Riveted!
Oh, fuck.
Skyward! Scatter!
Final warning! Lament!
Boring!
Let the world collide!
Make way for the...
Useless! Evil conquering!
Here!
Worthless!
Yoo-hoo!
Leave the wounded to me!
Seize the skies! Skyward!
Boring! Lament!
You are not welcome.
Let my name echo in song!
Stray clouds converge!
Now's our chance!
Wrong
Engaging!
show.
Disappear! Useless! Worthless! Worthless! Here!
Got all three of them before the time ran out. Wow, I got almost no points. Oh well, I only care about the primos. This would, to me, to get all the points, I'd actually have to fight it on higher difficulties, and I don't give a shit about that, so. Alright. Not doing dailies because I don't have to anymore due to the, I've also been investigating the new area. I'm actually, like, been doing some of the quests too. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I guess we're just going to the story now.
It's been a while since we visited Poisson. Maybe we should head over and have a look around.
This forced experience mode already sounds like a brilliant idea.
Hey, traveler, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows that voice!
Over here. To borrow one of the more popular turns of phrase at the moment, this appears to be quite the fated reunion. Running into you two out of the blue like this has really made my day. I certainly wasn't expecting it.
You can say that again. What brings you to Poisson? Wait, Paimon's got it! You must be here for one of your magic shows, right?
Actually, we've run into a bit of trouble on the home front, so Father arranged for us to stay in Poisson for the time being.
Oh, are Lynette and Fremine here too?
Yep, along with most of the other members of the House of the Hearth. You may have noticed Poisson seems a bit more crowded than usual.
So you're saying nearly the entire organization has moved to Poisson? Sounds like you've run into way more than just a bit of trouble. What's really going on?
Well...
Since the two of you are so curious, perhaps I can fill in the gaps.
You scared Paimon half to death!
Father, you're here.
You know... On second thought, maybe we don't need to know. It's all probably super confidential House of the Heart stuff, right? We totally weren't trying to pry or anything.
No need to be nervous. I could sense your genuine concern from your
I
conversation.
still love her
just now.
design though.
Of course.
But I just think
can
she's a
also
pass for
understand
me
your
right now.
confusion. Sending so many Fatui here to Poisson, it's only natural that some might suspect an ulterior motive to be involved. I understand. I'm well aware you've had your fair share of confrontations with the Fatui in the past, and I can't exactly guarantee that we'll remain on good terms in the future.
And as I've said before, I very much like characters. It doesn't really matter. Like, they need to have a good overall design, but I do love characters that force eye contact. Just by having well-designed or alluring eyes. Like, her X eyes, like, are alluring. Like, they make you want to look her in the eye. I've said the same thing about Lisa. Lisa's, like, vibrant green eyes, like, contrast well with her purple outfit. And they, like, suck you in. They stand out to the point that you want to look at the thing that stands out.
As for right now, however, I would say we have little reason to be at odds, wouldn't you agree? The House of the Hearth could stand to be more open with those who have worked so closely with us in the past. As for the issue at hand, well, it hardly relates to any ulterior motive. To be frank, it all stems from a certain rumor circulating around the House of the Hearth. It's an internal matter.
What sort of rumor?
A rumor that a certain phantom child is hiding away in the House of the Hearth.
Sort of ghost story,
A phantom
maybe?
child? Ooh, just hearing the name is giving Paimon the creeps.
A spirit that should have long ceased to exist is lurking in the shadows of the House of the Hearth. So I decided to bring the children to Poisson before continuing to investigate the situation. I expect I should be able to track down the spirit fairly quickly. After that, it's just a matter of resolving the situation, if you will. It shouldn't be much trouble at all. If you're curious, or if you still have some concerns, it might be advisable to stick around for a few days. I'm sure the children would be exceedingly pleased to welcome some visitors. Lenny, I'll leave you to entertain our guests. I have some matters to attend to.
Of course, Father.
Couldn't help but feel intimidated during the conversation with the knave, blah, blah, blah. Guess we stick around for a few days, but why?
It has long been a dream of mine to invite you to our home and introduce you to my other siblings. You're quite well known in the organization already. A lot of people have been talking about you, especially after everything with the prophecy. If you're willing, why don't you stay a while and have a little chat with us?
Alright. We don't have anything else to do right now anyway. But let's be clear, we're just gonna be there as guests, okay? Don't get any funny... Oh, wait a second. For your guests, that probably means we'll be treated to lots of yummy food, right?
Of course. During our stay in Poisson, we've been helping out the locals with some fishing. We bring in quite the bounty every day. In fact, today is the perfect chance for me to show you what I can do in the kitchen. Let's go. I'll take you to where we're staying.
make me wonder if Navi is going to appear in this at all, just because we're in Poisson.
We rented this house from one of the locals to use as a temporary base. I'll come back later and tidy up a bit. After that, it should be all ready for you to stay in tonight.
Awesome, thanks! So, where are we off to now?
Well, when I happened to run into you two earlier, I was actually in the middle of distributing some supplies. With this many people staying in Poisson, we have to bring in outside supplies every now and then. I should probably make sure the rest of these provisions get delivered, otherwise people might start to get antsy.
Okay, we'll come with. There are all sorts of rumors about your organization floating around out there. Paimon's not sure if she could even take a wild guess as to what's true and what's not. But now that we finally have the chance to see a day in the life of the house, we can take a good look at how you operate!
Well, you're more than welcome to come along. Just follow me.
Nope.
Linny! We're finally here. The supplies. I'm assuming you've...
Brought them with me? Yep, here you go. Hello? Something caught your eye?
It's the Traveler in Paimon!
No way! Come here, everyone! Hurry! The Traveler and Paimon are here!
One at a time, please. Don't crowd around them all at once. We don't want to scare off our guests now, do we?
Oh, it's alright! Gotta say, Paimon didn't realize we were this famous.
Of course! Father and Linny have told us so much about you.
Father told us about how you helped Linny. According to her, you're a trustworthy friend. And as far as she's concerned, that's pretty much the highest compliment we've ever heard her give. As you can imagine, everyone's been very curious about you.
I heard the Traveler is so strong
It's always
he
weird
can
to
move a
hear, like,
mountain with his bare
overtly
hands.
positive things
I heard Paimon eats so
coming
much
from someone
that
that's
she
like
can clean out the
seemingly
entire
so
pantry at
cold.
Hotel Tabor in just 3 days! Wait a second! That's the rumor you heard about Paimon? Oh, not cool at all!
Mine's a bit of a stretch.
Oh wait, when guests visit, you're supposed to give them gifts and stuff, right?
Oh, we don't need something like that. Besides, we don't have anything to give to you! Come on, we insist! I can give you some of my new potions. Just pick your poison. And by that, I mean medicine or actual poison. I've got both.
Or maybe Shaplo can teach you guys about stealth! He's super good at it! He's never been caught.
Ah, now that's not a bad idea. I know you usually prefer to fight head-on, but it never hurts to expand your bag of tricks, right? When
Are
it
you
comes to
gonna force
eliminating
me
your
to another
enemies,
stealth
staying
mechanic?
quiet can go a long way.
I didn't like any of the
Trust me,
previous
I would
ones.
know. I was poisoned not too long ago, and I'm still dealing with the after effects. So I'm not quite as good as I was before, but I can still give you some pointers.
Wait, when you said gifts, Paimon didn't think you meant poison and stealth tactics.
But those are the best things we can give you. You don't like them? Ooh, how about this? Tell me the name of someone who really annoys you, and we'll teach him a lesson for you.
All right, Fold, Selwar. I think that's enough suggestions for now. When it comes to being a good host, it's the thought that counts. You don't need a physical gift to make our guests happy. In fact, pestering them with suggestion after suggestion might make them more annoyed than anything. I would say your enthusiasm has certainly gotten across.
Really?
We definitely feel loved.
Awesome! It's been so long since we've had guests to play with. If there's anything you need, just let us know.
Yeah, especially if it's poison or something. I've got all sorts of potions for that.
Well, we'll talk to you all later. We've still got supplies to distribute.
All right, see you later.
Bye!
Lenny, about all that poison and stuff tactics talk just now.
Scared you, did it? That kind of talk comes with being part of the House of the Hearth. When Foltz was really young, he strangled all of his family pets, just out of curiosity. He was labeled a dangerous problem child and was abandoned by his family. Elwar
being a
has an
sociopath.
unnatural obsession with potions. Father has forbidden her from trying all the different concoctions she comes up with, but she still tries to test them in secret. You really have to keep an eye on that one. Chaplot is around my age. While I'm mainly responsible for collecting intelligence, he handles surveillance. He's very passionate about his work and has no reservations about taking on some very difficult missions. I know you two probably aren't used to that kind of talk, but I can promise you they only had the best of intentions. Things like stealth tactics and developing different poisons, they really mean a lot to them. They were just trying to share the best of what they could offer, that's all.
Am I going to this side now? I hope so. There's someone standing there, so I'm gonna say yes.
Filial, supplies are here.
Thanks. And who are these two? Outsiders?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Oh, you're the famous duo I've been hearing so much about. It's nice to meet you. I heard you've traveled to all sorts of places. Is that true?
Of course! We're making our way all across to that!
Oh, good for you.
You must be pretty familiar with Fontaine by now, then. Have you seen the new opera that started running recently? I think it's called... The 4,000 Thieves?
Oh, this is the first we've heard of it.
It seems like it's going to be fantastic.
That's supposed to be a play off the 40
what I've been able to
Thieves.
tell from the posters, anyway. You should definitely check it out if you have the time.
Oh, and there's the Blind Maiden, too.
That one, I
That
know
one
what
is
the
supposed to have
reference is.
audience interaction. Seems pretty interesting. After this mission is over, I think I'll go get a manicure.
Oh, maybe I should dye my hair. Wonder how much it'll cost.
Is it just Paimon, or do these two seem much easier to get along with than
They're probably
the
more
others?
logistics.
Looks
so
like
they
the
handle,
House
like,
of the Hearth has
paperwork
some
and
normal
stuff.
members after all.
I heard that.
Oops.
I wouldn't
I'm
oops
guessing
out
you're
of
referring to Foltz and the others. Yeah, we're definitely not all like them.
I bet those crazies are practically foaming at the mouth right now. I'm sure they just can't wait to get back to Snezhnaya to carry out the plan.
That's enough, Filial.
Ah, don't talk about family members behind their back, right? Whatever. Let's go.
Guess this is goodbye then. If you ever have some time, we should go see the opera together.
Well, that's it for the supplies. We should probably head back as well.
Well, they didn't seem too happy with each other. Seems like there could be something more going on here.
We should observe for now. Better not to pry.
You're right. We're only here as guests after all. Oh, Lenny's getting super far ahead. Come on, let's catch up.
Why did he leave without making sure we were with him? Hope that really didn't kill
So,
Harry.
What do you think of the members you've met so far?
Certainly got a lot of personality.
Well, Father is always encouraging us to be strong-willed and independent. So if there's one thing we've got, it's people who aren't afraid to speak their mind. Well, I should probably get cooking. Wanna join?
Of course!
Then let's head out and... Huh? Fremine, what are you doing here?
Well,
Hey, nice to see you again!
Oh, you too. I heard you're here as guests of House of the Hearth. Welcome.
He's one
We
of
were
those
just going to
characters
make
that
some
just seems
food.
awkward to hear
Why
a
don't you
full
come along?
sentence from.
I could use some help in the kitchen, and I seem to remember you mentioning you wanted to make seafood soup for the traveler in Paimon.
Seafood soup? Oh, Paimon's drooling already.
Were you looking for something just now, Fremine? Maybe I can help.
It's nothing. I just wanted to see if there were any extra supplies.
Yeah, we've got some left over. What do you need?
Some food and water, and some clean cloth, if possible.
No problem. Give me a second here. Food, water... Wait a minute. What do you need all of those for? You're not on any missions as far as I'm aware, and you were just going to come eat with us. So what's this all about?
I thought I'd grab an extra portion because I get hungry at night. Could be because I'm growing, you know? And...
Fremine, you remember what I told you? You're not like me. Your lying skills still need some work. Tell me what's going on. Is it really bad enough that you have to keep it from your own brother?
Maybe it'll be better if we gave them some space.
This is the first time I've seen that kind of look on your face. Whatever happened, does it have something to do with Father?
Yes. Just follow me.
Yep, I took damage from that.
You're back! Oh, and you've brought some friends with you this time.
Hello, my name's Linny. I grew up in the House of the Hearth. And you are?
Hi, Linny. I'm also a child of the House of the Hearth, just like you. You can call me Clairvy.
Clairvy?
It's nice to meet you. Does that name ring any bells, Linny?
No, not at all. That's not a name we have on our roster, I'm sure of it. What I'm not sure of, though, is how she managed to sneak in. She must be the phantom child Father's been searching for. From the looks of it, I'm guessing you were the one that found her, Fremine. You, haven't told Father, have you?
No, I haven't told anyone. I've just been keeping her hidden.
For how long?
About half a month now.
So ever since we got to Poisson, then, do you have any idea what you're doing?
I know what I'm doing.
Really? 'Cause from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hiding the very person Father has been trying to find. If Father finds out about this, everyone involved is going to be punished. You know the rules of the house, Fremine. I know you do. Father doesn't tolerate any form of betrayal. So why are you doing this?
I've thought it through. And I just can't hand her over like that. Linny, don't you remember last year? Chaplot nearly died after getting poisoned during that one mission. He wasn't able to get back before the poison started taking effect, and not a single person was there to help him. That night, while I was sleeping, I heard a voice telling me to go save him. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't find the source of the voice. I thought maybe I was just hearing things, but I went to look for him anyway. Luckily, I got there with enough time to save his life. That feeling of being haunted, of hearing voices, it's happened many times in the House of the Hearth. I'm sure you've noticed.
So what you're saying is, that was her? She was the one who spoke to you that night?
Unless there are other spirits roaming around the House of the Hearth, I don't think there's any other possibility. If Clairvy were our enemy, it wouldn't matter whether she was a spirit or an actual child. I would have acted without a second thought, because that's what Father ordered us to do. But she's been living with us, helping us from the shadows all this time. I think that makes her family. I couldn't just hand her over to be dealt with. Not when there's so much we still don't know.
So what's your plan then? You can't keep her here forever. Someone is bound to find out eventually.
I haven't thought that far yet. I don't want to disobey an order from Father, but I also don't want to put Clairvy in danger.
Come with me. There are a couple things I'd like to say to you in private.
Those two sure care a lot about each other. Well, they got a funny way of showing it. From where Paimon was floating, it sure seemed like they were about to bite each other's heads off.
No way! They have a really deep bond. I could tell right away, 'cause I also have a friend like that. I just don't know how long that kind of bond can last.
What do you mean?
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
I'm sorry, Linny. I really didn't mean to drag anyone else into this.
Oh really? You didn't mean to? 'Cause I for one wish you did.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know, when we were younger, you didn't call me Linny. You called me brother, just like Lynette. We grew up together, the three of us. We were all orphans, all rescued by Father. Of all the siblings in the House of the Hearth, I think our bond was the closest. Later on, when you started calling me Linny, I wasn't actually surprised. After all, Lynette and I are related by blood. We've had to depend on each other to survive long before we joined the house.
Linny,
The darkest and most difficult moments of my life happened before you and I had ever met. I'm sure that's true for you as well. Even so, Fremine, we've stood by each other for all these years now, and to me, that means more than blood. You and Lynette are the most important people in my life. No one can replace you. So I won't let you face anything alone. Not if I can help it.
Oh, looks like things are getting kinda heated between Linny and Fremine. Maybe we should go check on them.
Oh, it's raining. I should put my clothes away.
Keep up.
Hey,
I know
you
this
two!
won't be too long,
we
because
aren't interrupting
normally
anything.
character stories
Like a fight?
only about,
or-
like, no more than 2 hours.
Wait a minute, Fremine, you're not crying, are you? Is everything alright?
everything's fine. Thanks for asking.
Well, we're all friends here, right? We've been through so much together, so if there's anything we can do to help, just say the word.
It's just a small family dispute. It's not something our guests should trouble themselves with. In fact, it might be better if your stay ended here.
Who's having a guest around comes in handy.
What are you getting at, Traveler?
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate.
It'd be better, exactly. I think it'd be better if we stick around.
Thank you.
It's cracker bag.
I was really hoping to keep you out of it. But even if I could think of some other reason to turn you away, I'm not sure I could convince you. I know things could turn dangerous, so I promise you this. From now on, I'll protect you like my life depends on it.
Me too.
Well, back to the matter at hand then. If we don't plan on handing Clairvy over to Father, then our only other option is to solve the mystery of her identity before Father is able to track her down. That means finding out where she came from and what she's doing here.
Yep.
Then we can send her on her merry way and pretend like none of this ever happened.
I've tried that already.
And?
And nothing. I tried taking her somewhere really far away, but after some time, she just reappeared. She even came with us all the way to Poisson. It seems like wherever the house is, she follows.
I don't know much about spirits. Do you two have any ideas?
Let's see here. Paimon remembers hearing something like, if you fulfill a spirit's last wish before they died, they'll let go of whatever's keeping them here and return to the ley lines. Oh, it's just that Paimon doesn't really remember where she heard that, so it's not guaranteed to work or anything.
Well, sounds like it's worth a shot. Guess that means we should go ask her about her wish. But first, Fremine, I need you to promise me something.
What is it?
I need you to promise me that this will stay between the two of us. We're the masterminds behind this whole thing. No one else gets involved. Can you do that for me?
Of course. I promise.
All right. Then let's seal the promise just like when we were kids. Fist bump on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I swear.
Whoa!
Lynette!
That's why I love Lynette.
But what a surprise! What brings you here, dear sister?
He's always so deadpan, too.
And, when exactly did you get here?
You're an idiot, brother. And you too, Fremine. You 3, Traveler. And you 4, Paimon.
Wait, what did we do?
I've seen Clairvy around the House of the Hearth before. I hadn't seen her in Poisson, so I figured she must not have come with us. But it turns out, you were just hiding her. I heard you talking about your plan. Rather than steering clear of the situation, I'd rather fully join in. If you don't agree, I'll have no choice but to report everything back to Father. Simple as that.
You're not giving us much wiggle room here, Lynette. Well, I guess we're all in this together then. After we talk to Clairvy, we'll figure out our next move. There's no time to lose. Let's go.
I'm full. Thank you for bringing me this food, you guys. She said she's full, but the food doesn't look like it's even been touched.
if he's a spirit.
That's right. Based on what I've been able to observe, it doesn't seem like Clairvy can interact with the physical world at all. Still, when she's presented with food, she'll always linger around it for a good little while. Maybe, in her mind, she really is eating those things.
Does she know that she has already passed away?
I've tried to ask her, but she didn't answer. My guess is that she's just as confused as we are. Or maybe she couldn't understand the question at all.
Clairvy, if you've got some time, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Oh, another new friend. Hi, I'm Clairvy.
Hello.
Clairvy, how did you join the House of the Hearth?
Huh? Isn't it the same for everybody? The Knave brings you here and then you can't leave.
It's just that your name, it's not on the roster. And I've never seen you before.
The roster? Oh, I get it now. I think there might be some things you don't know about this place. The people in charge, they're not as nice as they look. They say they keep a roster, but it's not complete. There are a lot of people who aren't on it, and never will be. In this house, some people are family, and other people are just test subjects. Those kinds of people aren't ever going to get a place on the roster, unless it's the roster of people who've been executed.
Wait, does that mean the Knave... She...
Is there anyone that can vouch for you?
Perry. She's my best friend. She's the only one I trust in this place.
Have either of you heard of that name before?
No.
Me neither.
Clairvy, Perry. Neither of those names are on the roster. But it seems like she's telling the truth. Either that, or this kid's already got a bag of tricks bigger than mine. Maybe we should try a different approach. Clairvy, do you have a wish?
A wish?
It can be anything you want. Just imagine. It's your birthday, you're blowing out the candles, and your wish is...
To go outside, where the sun can find me.
That's... it? Well, that sounds easy enough.
The darkness in the house runs deeper than you can imagine. No one can get out alive.
Got to know someone's paying attention.
Okay, time to divide and conquer. Listen up. I've got a plan. I'll try and find a way to use basic illusory magic to take Clairvy outside and bring her somewhere with sunlight. Lynette, try and find the list of executions that Clairvy was talking about, and see if her name is on it. Fremine, you stay in Poisson. We can't be the only ones who've had run-ins with Clairvy. I need you to collect intel on everything she's said and done.
Understood.
I'll try my best.
What about us? What should we do?
Distract
I really
father.
appreciate your willingness to help, but this is a family matter. I don't want to drag you in too deep. It's too risky. Let me think. Since Father considers you to be guests, maybe you could stick by her side for a little while. You don't need to do anything except keep up some nice, casual conversation.
Ah, Paimon gets it. You want us to distract her.
I should
I'll
find
give you
that.
a magic bird. If Father suspects something, all you need to do is release it when she's not looking, and it'll alert me that something's wrong. Of course, that's only as a last resort. If Father doesn't seem to notice us, there's no need to make contact. We'll reconvene here tonight after all's said and done. If the worst case scenario happens and we're discovered, just tell Father everything. We're not going to... You too. Okay, this is where we part. Father should be at the beach nearby. I really hope this goes well. No, it has to go well. That's the only way this can get resolved.
Beach outside. So we're gonna go here and we'll glide down. Always easier to go down than up. Hey, look who it is. Looks like Skirt got him out of there.
Rah! Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's not gonna be good. Oh well, I honestly... Oh, it's a step away from triggering it.
It's the Knave and child. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Snezhnaya recuperating? What are you still doing in Fontaine?
Oh, it's you two. I didn't expect to run into you here. I was unconscious for quite a while after the fight in the Primordial Sea. After I woke up, I realized I was being taken back to Snezhnaya, and well, I couldn't have that now, could I? Not when I've still got unfinished business here in Fontaine. So, I mustered up all my strength and made the journey back on my own.
What sort of unfinished business are we talking here?
It has to do with Skirk, my master. I really wanted to meet up with her, but by the time I got back, she had already left. I still have so many questions for her. Without any other leads, all I could do was ask the Knave to help me track her down. She must have left behind some traces from her time in Fontaine.
Oh, okay, so have you found any clues?
Unfortunately, no. While the House of the Hearth is adept at collecting all manner of intelligence, certain existences can still manage to escape our purview.
Basically, unless Master feels there's a need to meet with me, she's not going to be found. But that problem has an easy fix. I just need to become stronger, and then...
Paimon thinks you should focus on getting better first.
The worst of it is over. It's all thanks to that one kid from the House of the Hearth. Elwar, I think her name was. She gave me a bunch of random potions to drink. They didn't go down easy, let me tell you. Pain and chills all over. But they really did help speed up my recovery. And that's good, because it looks like I really do have to head back this time. The old man's been putting the pressure on me. He sent someone to tell me I'm needed for some sort of project.
Project Stuja?
Yeah, that's the one. I heard Regrader's involved too. I'm not looking forward to having to listen to all his monologuing, that's for sure. Hey, maybe you could think of a way for me to stay in Fontaine for a little longer. Helping Linny and the others brush up on their fighting skills would be far more interesting. If you and I could spar, that would be even better. I've been waiting for a chance to see you go all out.
And what a sweet little daydream that is. But I also have a role to play in all this. I'll be leaving Fontaine shortly as well. Besides, considering how little they see fit to step outside the homeland, being called on to return to Snezhnaya by such illustrious dignitaries, what a great honor. Wouldn't you agree?
One I could do without, I'd say.
Is it just Paimon? Or does
They're casually trash talking their colleagues behind their
So,
backs.
dear guests of the House of the Hearth, to what do I owe the visit?
Well, we just...
What a
Right.
way to be direct.
We're super close
Oh
to
my
Linny
god.
and the others, but we still don't know much
Take
about
my
you.
headphones off that.
Is that so? Introductions have already been made, have they not?
Oh,
If I was her,
well,
I'd already
you
know
see,
something would be up.
There's only so much you can learn about someone from a short introduction. At least tell us something a little extra, like, why do you call yourself father?
Huh, good question. I'd also like to know.
The fact that you have to ask tells me our intelligence work has been quite successful. Telling you the answer to that question would only serve to undermine that success. And we can't have that, now can we?
Spoken like a true diplomat. That was some expert sidestepping right there.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll take my leave. I still have a small matter to resolve at home.
Wait, don't go!
Alright, you should release the bird Linny gives? No, What does the organization mean
I'd
to you?
also like to hear the answer to this. I've met some of the members of your organization, and they all seemed like really good kids. They actually reminded me of Tonya and Tusser. Which, by the way, if you ever betray them, I'm just letting you know, I won't let you off easy.
And why would I betray them?
Well, you've already betrayed the House of the Hearth once, haven't you? At least, that's what I heard. Okay, I admit. That's just what the old man told me. The rooster, I mean.
So is it true? Does Knave really...
Wait,
Autoplay really doesn't help
something
during the
bad to
not...
those kids?
Why can't they just... Do they not pay Zach for something? Do they not pay Sarah for something? Why can't they just speak their internal monologue lines? How is it any different to just have them... They've done it in cutscenes, like during the fucking trials. Why can't they do it in just standard dialogue? Are they not paid? Like, what are they paid for anymore? Zach even makes jokes at times about his, about like, you know, it's like, he made it, this was like a couple years ago or whatever, but he made jokes where it's just like, they, you know, someone says like, hey, do some lines from Genshin, and he goes, ha, 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 right? Because that's really all you ever hear from him, right? It's like, they have a voice actor, just get him to do these lines. You know, one of the things I've actually heard people say they don't like about the Traveler is that they don't speak. And that's also a reason why a lot of people find Paimon very annoying, is because all she does is speak. This is a duo that really one should talk more and one should talk less. There should be a lot more two-people conversation here rather than just Paimon talking. I love Paimon, I love Karina, don't get me wrong, but I really, really feel like they should have let the main characters be voiced more. I remember I saw a poll on YouTube of who's the better main character, and it was between the Traveler from Genshin and the Trailblazer from HSR, and HSR won by a landslide. Never played the game, have not even seen the game really, but the main characters must be pretty fucking fantastic for them to just stampede over Traveler. It was like 80%, over 80% the Trailblazer had in that vote. And you know, simply by having them talk could probably help.
Never mind what I've done. I'm more curious as to what the mighty rooster had to say. Care to enlighten me?
Well, it sounds like a time to
nothing
exit
much.
stage left.
Just some stuff about you taking out many other members of the House of the Hearth, and even going so far to attack your own family.
than the father one.
I see.
Oh, based on your reaction, I'm guessing it's all a bunch of lies.
Hardly. I don't appreciate his particular turns of phrase, but I suppose he didn't say anything untrue. Although, it would be more accurate to say that there is a certain level of prejudice involved, but I don't intend to clear that up just yet. Prejudice has a funny way of concealing the real truth behind certain things, an attribute that I find to be quite advantageous. Call yourself a Fontanian, for example, and people will assume all sorts of things, when the real truth is that this is simply the land where I was raised.
Huh? You're not actually from Fontaine? But then why did you try to help out with the prophecy and everything?
I was trying to protect the children born in Fontaine. Claiming that I myself was a Fontanian simply made it easier to operate. People would hardly suspect a fellow Fontanian of having any ulterior motives. Who wouldn't want to save their homeland after all? The primordial sea wouldn't have any effect on me, but it would have caused great harm to the House of the Hearth. Well, you wanted extra information, didn't you? There you go. I hope that satisfied your curiosity.
Keep secrets, change subjects. Seems like she's trying to avoid
So,
talking about her
you
past.
stayed in Fontaine for the kids. I guess I was wrong to believe you'd betray them. Apologies. Looks like I was holding on to some prejudices myself.
Good. Like I said, I like it when others have misconceptions of me.
Actually, while I was recuperating at the House of the Hearth, there was something else that really caught my attention. I heard that members always resolve disputes and arguments with a friendly spar, and the loser has to back down. Seems pretty cool if you ask me. Would also give them plenty of opportunities to hone their skills.
Well, that's only a recent development. In the past, such spars weren't nearly so friendly. The losing party would lose everything, including their life.
They were that high stakes? Whew, at least that's not a thing anymore.
Well, the current atmosphere's not half bad. I'm a bit jealous, actually. You've got so many family members around you, and you even get to live with them.
Having a lot of family around means dealing with a considerable amount of bickering and scheming. Once Tonya and Tusser enter their rebellious phase, I'm sure you'll understand. Just imagine. Tusser becomes obsessed with plucking out strands from the rooster's mustache, or Tonya decides to dye her hair 42 different colors.
Okay, okay. I get the picture. Well, would you look at the time?
It's
I should
raining,
probably get
too.
going. Traveler, Paimon, I'm not sure where our paths will cross next, but the next time we run into each other,
Kinda cool
we
if he
should
thanked
definitely
us for
try and
keeping
find
his
some time
vision
to
safe.
spar.
Again, maybe this is a conversation we can have when you look less like you're gonna keel over.
All right. Well, thanks for everything, Arlecchino.
Arlecchino.
No thanks necessary. You also played a part in obtaining the Gnosis. I would say we can call ourselves even.
I like the sound of that. Well, I'm off. See you all some other time.
Oh, he almost got struck by lightning. Damn.
We should probably get going too. Do you want to head back with us?
Oh? You want me to leave so soon?
Oh,
I'm rather enjoying the evening breeze. If you don't mind, I think I'll stick around for a bit. I have some things to think about. Apologies for not attending to you like a proper host. Please forgive this slight.
Like the evening
I
breeze.
do hope you'll have a
As
pleasant
lightning
stay.
strikes the ground.
we managed to keep her distracted until nightfall. Good thing Child was there to keep the conversation going. You don't think she suspected anything, do you?
Oh, absolutely she did.
Oh, I wonder if Lynn had any issues. Let's hurry back and see how everything went.
I applied a plant-based waterproofing oil to my tail. One swish, and it's dry.
go!
Well, long story short, we ran into a small issue. Clairvy can't go into the sunlight. Everything was fine at first. She followed me up to the surface just like I told her. But as I led her out of the shadows and into the sunlight, she vanished. I turned around and there she was, standing at the edge of the shadows, silently watching me.
Huh. Maybe she's afraid of sunlight, or... No, it wouldn't be her wish if that were the case. Well, we could always try...
Extra pushing would work on a
pushing her-
non-corporeal
true.
being.
I've pretty much tried it all already. Nothing worked. Eventually, the sun went down, so all I could do was bring her back here. How did it go with you, Lynette?
Good. I've got the list. It's right here.
Really? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's take a look! Oh, that's a lot of pages. Oh, it's gonna take forever to get through it all.
We can each take a section. Here.
La Pouillade, L'Endroit... Oh, yikes. That our rare guy has a huge scar on his face. He's kinda given
Ah, I've met him before. The scar is from an injury he received during a mission. I still remember him joking with me about it. He said any future lover would take one look at him and then lose all interest.
Did he say anything?
Well, I asked if there was someone he was interested in. He said no, and that's where our conversation ended. It was only later that I learned he really did have someone he liked. He risked everything to escape so he could be with her, but it didn't work. One day, Father asked to see him, and, well, I never saw him again after that.
Wait, so that means...
It may seem cruel, but it's just one of the rules of the house. Betrayal is not to be taken lightly. We know too many secrets to come and go as we please. So, if you do try to leave, you pay with your life.
List.
Her name's not here, huh? Well, that's not too surprising. It doesn't seem like this list is complete. It only contains records dating back around 5 years. Let's shift our attention then. Fremine, were you able to find anything out? Fremine.
Sorry. I was thinking about something. I managed to talk to quite a few people, but I couldn't help but notice that the atmosphere in the house was a little... strange.
Strange.
Yeah, I mean, I know there have been arguments in the past, times when people haven't gotten along. Chaplot and Filiol are a good example of that.
Oh, those are two of the people that we met while delivering supplies. Paimon can see how they might not get along. They had very different vibes, and their, interests seem to be pretty different as well.
That's to be expected, actually. Father brought us all here, shared her knowledge with us, taught us how to fight. That's one thing we all share. But that's also where the similarities end. Not all of us feel the same desire to stay here. As members of the House of the Hearth, we're also considered part of the Fatui. And to a lot of people, that's an identity they never asked for. Certain members get older and realize they want something else for themselves. But considering the rules of the house, most people would never say that out loud. People like Chaplot and Foltz are loyal to Father and her vision. They're proud to be part of the Fatui. Filiol and Nantoy, on the other hand, well, they aren't quite as enthusiastic.
These kinds of conflicts have always been there. It's not like Father is in the dark about any of this.
Well, that's true. But it just feels like things have gotten worse lately. Filial and the others, it seemed like they were meeting in secret to talk about something. I can't say for sure, but I think they've met Clairvy.
You think she's been inciting them to act out?
No, not exactly. But I wouldn't be surprised if she said something to them about the darkness in the house and how deep it runs. She's told me about it before. Experiments being run on children. People being used as pawns on the battlefield without so much as the strength to survive.
And they just believed all that? Without any evidence?
Clairvy's words probably gave them the excuse they were looking for. Whether they actually believe them to be true is secondary.
This is all because of Project Stuja, isn't it?
Whoa. Hold on a second. What's this Project Stuja all about, huh? This is the second time it's come up now.
Sorry, but I'm not sure of the details either. I only know what Father has told us, which is that it's something the Rooster and Regrator have been working on together. Apparently, it has to do with the Vtui's strategic plan for the future. Because the House of the Hearth was so successful in obtaining the Gnosis, we now have the honor of playing a key role in Project Stuja.
Wait, but isn't that a good thing?
Key role is just another way of saying dangerous role. To us, the whole thing is an inconvenience. Father thinks so too, but she's in no position to refuse. Their plan isn't exactly unreasonable, and they've been funneling the house a lot of funding. It's just that we'll lose a lot of members in the process. Participating in the plan, it's an honor in name only. What they're really trying to do is subdue us. The existence of an intelligence organization outside their control makes them feel uneasy.
Big, little, Linny. There's nobody probably won't be able to learn much during the future dealings with the Vtui to see what I can learn.
Okay, super complicated top secret Vtui business aside, what does all of this have to do with the conflicts you were talking about earlier? Paimon doesn't get the connection.
External pressure has a way of exacerbating internal strife. You can't overlook the power of fear either. People are afraid of dying, and that fear is often the impetus for a lot of stupid decisions. I thought resolving the Clairvy situation would make everything go back to normal, but it looks like things are more complicated than I thought. If we leave Filial and the others to their own devices, sooner or later, Father will be forced to take action.
We can only focus on one situation at a time, brother.
You're right. Even if we confront Filial and the others, it won't do any good. It might even make matters worse. We should focus on Clairvy for now. Well, it's getting late. We should head back and get some rest. We'll try again first thing tomorrow. Lynette, you stick with me this time. Fremine, keep a close eye on Filial and the others. Make sure they don't do anything they'll regret. Good work today, everyone. Have a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Rest of the temporary accommodations.
Oh, I'm always looking forward to an early night, but she can't sleep at all. Hey, you don't think the Knave will be too... She's even scary when she smiles. If she were to actually get angry... Ooh, you have to protect Paimon if that happens, okay, Traveler? Trust is effort, Traveler. Look! Look over there! Quick! Let's catch up with her before anyone sees! Over there!
I'm glad it's not a stealth mission.
She stopped! Clairvy!
Shh. I opened the window while no one was looking. Look how pretty the outside is. If only I could have more than this. You probably think I'm being silly, huh? All this hopeless resisting? It's better to dream of what I could have than try to make it a reality, right?
Please, help us get on the same page here, Clary. We need you to tell us what you know. Can you do that?
Sure. Although, after you hear all this, I think you might regret that decision. Everyone in this family is nothing more than a tool. Something to be used and exploited. We're all expendable. Including me. As long as you're useful, you get to stick around. Lose your value. You're handed over to the doctor, experimented on, and given a fate worse than death. I've seen it happen again and again, and I've had enough.
You're saying the Knave did all that? It's just, that doesn't seem like something she would do. She's scary and all, but it seems like even she has lines she wouldn't cross.
I knew you wouldn't believe me. Everyone thinks she's a good person. They all think of her like a real mother.
Mother?
But she doesn't deserve that title. She's disgraced it and tarnished it. And if I had things my way, I'd never see her again. If only Perry were here, she'd understand.
Perry. There's that name again. Also, Paimon's getting a strange feeling. It almost feels like she's not really here with us. Paimon can't tell if she's actually talking to us or if she's mistaken us for someone else.
The spirit could be anything.
Well, in any case, it seems like she really needs someone to talk to. We should keep her company for a little longer. She looks so young. But it seems like she's been through a lot.
It's getting windy. I should close the window. Ooh, look at the moon. Isn't it pretty? Hey, wanna hear a secret? I heard that if you look up at the night sky in Snezhnaya, you can see the aurora. It's supposed to be super pretty. Even prettier than the moon tonight. Perry and I promised each other that once we're older, we're gonna go see it together. But I can't find her. I'm worried she's also been... No, that wouldn't happen to her. She's special. Mother likes her a lot. I should really go talk to Mother, but we just fought. She doesn't want to see me, and I'm too scared to face her. What should I do?
Paimon really doesn't understand what's going on with her. Well, let's head back. We've got an early morning tomorrow.
All right, looks like we're all here. Let's go ahead with the plan.
Before we do that, I have a question.
Oh? What is it?
Have the Knave and the Doctor worked
What makes you
together?
ask that?
Well, we kinda ran into Clairvy last night, and that's what she told us. We met the Doctor back in Sumeru. He's super dangerous, and he's done all sorts of bad things.
It's possible that Father and the Doctor have had certain dealings, but I don't think Father would work with him. We're not really on the same side, so there's not a lot of trust between them. That doesn't exactly set the stage for a successful partnership. I did hear, though, that when Father first became a Harbinger, the Doctor offered to work with the House of the Hearth. Father rejected most of his proposals, except for one. It had to do with some sort of secret experiment.
Secret experiment? Could that be what Clairvy was talking about?
I don't think so.
I don't know any details about the experiment itself, but I do know it's an entirely independent operation. The doctor only proposed a direction for the research. That was the extent of his involvement. I still don't think that counts as working together. The details of the experiment are confidential, but complete records are kept on all participants. That doesn't seem to be the case with the situation Clairvy referred to. I know you don't agree with some of the Fatui's methods, and I'm not asking you to. But I am asking you to trust us on this. The House of the Hearth has its own principles. There are certain lines we're not willing to cross.
Alright, that's good to hear at least. Clairvy seems to think the Knave and the Doctor worked together to do something horrible. If that turned out to be true, Paimon doesn't know how he would even face you guys. It's just that it doesn't seem like Clairvy is lying either. The easiest thing to do would be just ask the Knave directly, but Paimon doesn't think she'd tell us.
Father didn't come back last night. She's probably still near the shore. We'll be counting on you to distract her. Lynette, you're with me. Fremine, you know what to do. Be on your guard, everyone. All right, let's get to it.
This is a weird character story because it feels like the character of the story seems to be more the side character of the story. This almost seems like a second Linny story. With just the Knave as a support character. Why is she still even here? Like, what does this spot have anything to do with anything?
Ah, it's you two again. I must say, you look a bit pale. Did you have trouble sleeping last night?
A little.
Perhaps if you had less on your mind, you'd be able to absolve yourself of such troubles. So what are you planning to do now? Catch up on some sleep? Or should I give you some time to rack your brain for a topic to discuss before I ask any questions? Although I must profess to being curious. Without child here, how do you plan on distracting me?
I knew she knew the whole time.
Looks like you could have used some extra time to think. No matter. If you don't have any other plans, why don't you accompany me somewhere? Don't worry. I'll be sure to steer clear of any scheming children.
The ocean breeze is sure nice today.
Children always think they can hide things from the grown-ups. But nothing gets past me. Least of all a little scheming. I think I'll let them have at it for a little longer. I can be very patient. Well, I'll leave you to think things over. If you're so inclined, meet me outside the Palais Mermonia. Good things come to children who do as they're told. So I do hope you decide to tag along. If only for your friends' sakes.
What should we do? She clearly knows about everything we've been doing, and Paimon doesn't think it'd be a... Oh, good idea. Hopefully he sees it in time. Well, we should probably head to the Palais Mermonia. Paimon doesn't want to find out what happens if we don't show up. Based on what the Knave was saying just now, it sure didn't seem like it'd be anything good.
Don't have any other options. Guess all we can do is take it one step at a
Okay, then we
time.
probably shouldn't keep her waiting. It seems like Linny and the others are on thin ice, so let's do our best to not get them in any more trouble.
seeing as we still have some time before my meeting, we might as well enjoy some pleasant conversation while we wait. I'm glad to see you get along with my children. Being surrounded by good companions is necessary for a child's development.
You're not planning on doing anything to them, are you?
I assume you're referring to Lenny, Lynette, and Fremine. Although, there's that situation with Filial and Nentoy as well. It appears quite a few people have been acting out lately. No matter. I'm not one to discriminate. All those who betray the house meet the same fate. There are no exceptions.
Does that mean you're going to kill them?
Oh, are you here to beg for their lives? I'm sorry to disappoint, but the rules of the house change for no one. In my organization, everyone is responsible for their own actions.
But don't you care about them at all? They really respect you. They even call you father. You must feel something for them.
Any organization in which feelings come before principles is one destined for ruin. The House of the Hearth is hardly an exception. You could say our principles are more stringent than most. Perhaps I can offer you this consolation at least. As our guests, you two will not be held accountable along with them.
Really no other way to solve the
I would
issue.
imagine Linny, Lynette, and Fremine will be able to keep their lives. As for Filial, Nentoy, and the others, I'm afraid there's little I can do. They can try to escape, but once you know our secrets, there's no getting out alive.
But that's awful.
Ah, you seem concerned. Out of consideration for my guests, I suppose I could turn a blind eye for a little longer. If Linny and the others manage to dispose of Clairvy in the meantime, all evidence of their wrongdoing will be lost. In that case, I could hardly punish them for something I couldn't prove. If their efforts are unsuccessful, on the other hand, all will be held accountable. And the punishment will be severe. Of course. Oh, and here, I believe this belongs to you. Do try and keep better track of it next time. It takes a considerable amount of time to train a bird like this. It would be such a pity if you were to lose it. Permanently.
Wait, where did you get that?
Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have to chat. Now, for the matter at hand. I asked you to meet me here because I have business at the Palais Mermonia. It has nothing to do with you, but I think it would be prudent for you to stick by my side for the time being. There will always be time later to run off and tell Linny what you've learned. Well, time to go. Looks like we wrapped things up just in time.
I'm assuming this meeting has to do with new roulette, but like, for what?
Keep up.
It's been a while, Monsieur Neuvillette. I must say, I wasn't expecting my meeting request to be approved quite so quickly. The Palais Mermonia operates with an efficiency worthy of admiration.
It is only right that an esteemed diplomat such as yourself should be afforded the proper level of respect. Although, if I may speak plainly, I must confess that I did not anticipate we would have the occasion to meet again after presenting you with the Gnosis. I see you brought the Traveler and Paimon with you as well. If I may inquire as to the purpose of your visit.
I'll be departing Fontaine shortly. There is, however, an outstanding matter that I would like to see resolved before I go. It requires a rather lengthy explanation, I'm afraid. So I took the liberty of explaining everything in this proposal. Please review it at your leisure, Monsieur Neuvillette.
I understand your request. However, at the risk of causing offense, I must admit that I fail to see why you would wish for such a thing.
I heard you have a certain fondness for water tasting, Monsieur Nervalet, so allow me to use water as an analogy. A family is like a large body of water with countless rivers flowing in and out. As someone who watches over this system, I would hope that each river that flows from the source will eventually reach the ocean. Of course, objectively speaking, I know this is impossible. Most of the rivers will dry up along the way, disappearing into the ground and leaving nothing but a barren riverbed behind. Not all rivers are destined to reach the ocean, but I would not see their existence rendered meaningless. I believe the water that flows within them is simply meant for a different destination, like a field in need of irrigation. Or perhaps the glass of a certain water-tasting enthusiast.
Did you get any of that, Traveler?
Your words paint an optimistic picture indeed. Allow me to remind you, however, few among us are willing to sip from a glass filled with tainted water.
It may have been tainted at one point in time, but not to worry. I'll make sure it's strained of all impurities and returned to its cleanest form.
I already have an idea what's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure she's planning
I seem to recall
like,
there
the
being
house
a
to be dispersed
transactional aspect to
and
your proposal.
Nervalet to look
Perhaps
after
you could
all the
expound
children.
on that?
If you accept my proposal, Monsieur Nervalet, I will gradually withdraw my forces from Fontaine. And, unless absolutely necessary, I will no longer carry out any special missions within Fontaine.
I presume I can take your words to mean that, in the future, cases similar to the Tartuffe assassination will cease to cross my desk?
Tartuffe? Ah, that thief who embezzled funds from all those charities, you mean? My deepest condolences to his family, but without any evidence, I cannot imagine how the House of the Hearth might have been involved in his passing. Of course, if you accept my proposal, Monsieur Nervalet, I'm sure certain measures could be taken to reduce the frequency of such troubles.
You choose your words carefully indeed. In that case, I am inclined to accept your proposal.
My thanks for your generosity, Monsieur Nervalet. Well, with that settled, we should be going now. I took the liberty of bringing along 2 bottles of spring water from Snezhnaya for you to enjoy. I do hope I get the chance to hear your impressions. Perhaps at our next meeting, yes?
Indeed. I trust you would not overlook your commitment in the meantime.
All right, Traveler Paimon. Time to go.
Like, not gonna lie, I do like the story in Genshin, but sometimes it is a bit annoying that there's so little actual, like, gameplay during story.
So,
I may hate all the dialogue
exactly
and
were
world
you
quests,
talking
but at
about
least
back
I'm
there?
playing the game at least probably 60 to 70%
I only heard you mention
of the time.
some rivers,
Minimum.
a large body of water, and then some kind of irrigation scheme.
But for story quests
You
and
really want
Archon
to know?
quests,
I would
swear to
imagine there
God,
might
I
be
play
more
the game
pressing
like
concerns at the
10%
moment.
at most.
Winnie, Paimon really hopes everything's going okay. Oh, Paimon recognizes that look. You've got your tiki cap on, don't you, Traveler?
Looking for the puzzle. She mentioned Chloe's name. Does that mean she knows her clothes the entire time?
Oh, shoot. Are you alright? Oh, jeez. I'm so sorry. I was so focused on selling these well, let me make it up to you at least. Here.
Oh, it's the guy with the scar on the nose.
Oh, you don't have to give us any.
Yeah.
Please.
That's
I want
kind of what
to.
I figured happened.
It's not like it's my fault, really. I was just trying to bring home some extra mora for the family, but I bit off more than I can chew. I haven't had many takers.
What's going on here?
Nothing much. I just ran into your friend here on accident. I should probably get going, actually.
Hold on.
Of course, I'm happy to compensate you with more.
I'll take 3 papers. Here, your payment.
Oh, thank you for your patronage. May the Archons bless you with good fortune. If only I had the chance to run into such generous customers every day. I should probably just take on a smaller inventory though, right? I'm getting married soon, so...
Well, now that my affairs are settled, we should take the boat back to Poisson. We've even acquired some light reading to enjoy along the way.
Actually, why don't we... Paimon just realized how hungry she is. She can't head back to Poisson.
It appears you two are under the impression that delaying our return will somehow alter the situation in your favor. I'm sorry to ruin your fan. That being said, I could be persuaded to give Linny some extra time. I just have one condition. If you agree to my request, I'll even answer some of your questions. You're quite curious about Clairvy, are you not? And my relationship to her.
Wait, why are you being so generous all of a sudden? You're not gonna ask us to do something bad, are you?
You overestimate yourself. You don't have the talent for bad things.
Then what can you possibly...
The most important consideration in a negotiation is that both sides receive something they want. Demands and threats only get... Wonderful. Here it is. When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help to the House of the Hearth.
Okay, sounds normal enough. But what do you mean, when the time comes? When is that?
That is for you to decide. Then we have a deal. Follow me.
This is incredibly out of the way. I didn't realize I was even skirting on the border there. Really dumb spot to have a border, not gonna lie. Like, I don't see why it can't clean cut here.
Keep up.
What is this place?
Somewhere long forgotten by everyone. It used to be a grand building. Now it's nothing more than a pile of rubble. No one comes here anymore, nor does anyone care about what once happened here. Although, this place does have something to do with the story I'm about to tell you. It was before I became a Harbinger, and before Linny and the others joined the House of the Hearth. Due to certain events, I first killed Clairvy and then her mother. And this is where it all happened.
You were the one that killed Clairvy?
Patience now. Allow me to explain Clairvy's side of the story first. I'll start from the beginning.
It can be animated cutscene.
Clairvy was
I don't
6
know.
years old when she was brought by her mother, Crucibina, to live in the House of the Hearth. From the outside, it seemed like a fairy tale. A thriving family made up of kind adults and friendly children. Crucibina was the Knave at that time, and the House of the Hearth was under her control. She was Clairvy's mother by blood, but she was also the mother to all the children in the house. Clairvy was happy here, for a time. But she quickly realized that being part of this family wasn't a fairy tale at all. It was a kind of purgatory.
Purgatory?
Exactly. The House of the Hearth takes in war orphans from all over Teyvat. But as for how to raise them, that depends entirely on the person in charge. Crucibina came up with a novel idea. She would teach the children to fight, force them to duel each other, and then crown as the king of the house the child who proved themselves most worthy of inheriting her title. It's difficult to estimate the number of children who died or were maimed in the process. There's little I can say about the ones who died. The ones that emerged with permanent injuries, on the other hand, well, they still served a purpose. They would be handed over to the doctor to be experimented on, or sent away on dangerous missions. Nothing more than tools to be used and then discarded.
So those were the experiments Clairvy was talking about. But what actually happened to her? You said that Clairvy was Crucibina's daughter, so if Clairvy tried to convince her to stop what she was doing, Crucibina probably would have listened, right?
Despite being Clairvy's mother, Crucibina cared little for her daughter. She forced Clairvy to join the House of the Hearth only as a means to demonstrate her own impartiality as a mother, to prove that she treated all her children equally. Clairvy did try to convince her mother to change her ways, but it was to no avail. After her efforts failed, the only other option was to rise up and try to fight back. Unfortunately, the other children had already been thoroughly indoctrinated into the illusion of happiness Crucibina had created. Of course, there was one exception. Someone Clairvy's age who knew the truth about the House of the Hearth. Her name was Peruere.
Wait, the friend that Clairvy mentioned?
Friend, huh? I suppose we can call her that for now. Clairvy was a cheerful and passionate person with a
That
tenacious
kind of just
spirit.
spoils it, doesn't it?
Peruere, on the other hand, was rather cold-blooded. Her cold-blooded nature allowed her to see through Crucibina's facade. Yet, it was also this cold-bloodedness that prevented her from acting against it. At least at first. While Clairvy longed for freedom, Peruere was convinced that, amid all the fighting and violence, she would make it until the end. Despite their differences, the two became fast friends, united by their knowledge of the truth. Clairvy told Peruere that she hoped to create a real family, where no one would be killed or sacrificed. There may have been a certain naivete to her ideas, but Clairvy proved her determination many times over. She tried countless times to run away, ask for help, or expose the truth. But her efforts only earned her beating after beating. The only thing that kept her going was her strength of will. Even with her body racked with pain, she would still stand on her tiptoes and open the window at night. She and Peruere would look out at the moon together, a fierce longing for freedom shining in her eyes. But one day that light simply vanished.
Oh no. What happened?
Her hopelessness resulted from a culmination of things. 10 years had passed. 10 years worth of failure after failure. She and Peruere weren't children anymore, but finding any chance to escape still seemed as hopeless as ever. It was during this time that Peruere suggested a new plan. If escaping was out of the question, why not take down the very person sitting on top of this throne of lies? Mother herself. Clairvy rejected that proposal. She claimed that, as a famous harbinger, Crucibina possessed an unimaginable amount of power. Trying to kill her would have an incredibly low chance of success. Clairvy never gave another reason, but Peruere could see it written all over her face. Clairvy still thought of Crucibina as her mother. Killing her own flesh and blood was a line she couldn't bring herself to cross. If she couldn't escape and fight back, then only one option remained. Precisely. Death was the only way that she felt she could be free. It happened during a duel. When she arrived at the dueling ring that day, her partner turned out to be none other than Peruere. The very person that had stood by her side all those years. It was a fierce battle. But ultimately, Clairvy decided to let Peruere end her life. From that moment on, Peruere's journey was one written in flames. When the rain finally came and washed it all away, there she stood, the sole victor in Mother's endless game of slaughter. A trail of corpses strewn across her path to success. It was the very result she had predicted 10 years prior. Even then, she believed she would make it until the end. She wasn't surprised by the fact that she emerged as Mother's undisputed heir. Rather, her success left her with an inexplicable sense of restlessness. She was unsettled. And there was only one thing that could quell that sensation. Perhaps you two would like to take a gift.
Who's Sabina, you mean? But...
Correct. This is the place where Peruere killed her best friend. A mere year later, this is also the place where she fought tooth and nail to kill the mother they shared. The moment she acted, any conception of what was right or wrong ceased to matter. It's one of the principles of the house. Only those who survive get to write the rules. Peruere won the battle, and became a harbinger herself. After which Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa, bestowed upon her a new name. Arlecchino.
So the Perry Clairvy was talking about... It was you all along. You're Peruere. Arlecchino is just a name you got later.
I left that name behind long ago. I must say, hearing it now does bring back memories. After I defeated Crucibina, the moniker of Mother died with her. I chose to forego the title she called herself, and even chose to give up my own name. I rebuilt the House of the Hearth under a new identity. Not only as Arlecchino, but as father. And that is where the story ends.
Who met, though?
Any
Who
more
is she
Yeah.
exactly?
Based on what you just told us, Clairvy wasn't a little kid when she was killed. So the Clairvy we met... Was she really a spirit at all?
I suppose you could call her an illusion born of flame. Her existence is like ashes to a fire. Something left over in the wake of blaze and ruin. You see, a certain power runs through my veins. It's not unlike a curse. My flames leave behind shadows of anything they consume. Of course, the chances of those shadows morphing into a sentient entity are exceedingly slim. Clairvy is a very special case. Clairvy died when she was 16 years old, but what emerged from the flames was her 6-year-old self. Her appearance wasn't the only thing affected. Most of her memories were lost to the blaze as well. Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self. Lose 10 years' worth, however, and it would be like living in the past. Like returning to a version of yourself that never grew up.
No wonder Paimon got such a weird feeling when we were talking to her.
Perhaps I should put it this way. Clairvy is someone trapped in time. It may seem like she exists with us in the present, but she truly lives in the confines of her own past.
So if all of that is true, then you must have known about Clairvy for a long time.
Indeed. She's a rather volatile and unstable entity. Sometimes she would look after the children. She's even saved some of their lives. But other times, she would hide from me and become obsessed with revealing the truth about the house to anyone who will listen. Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow. Any new information they encounter is quickly forgotten over time. Your attempts to expose Clairvy to sunlight. They failed, yes? The reason is actually quite simple. In Clairvy's mind, the house is impossible to escape, and it is this very perception that traps her there. But no matter. All I have to do is kill her again, and all will be resolved. I don't anticipate so much as a single speck of ash will be left behind this time.
Wait! I can understand why you might want her gone, but isn't there another way? So what if she's trapped in her 6-year-old self? She's still your friend! At least talk to her first!
It's too late for that. She broke the rules, and now she must be punished. That goes for Filial and Nantoy as well. She's had quite the effect on them. I hope you understand. The difference between Crucibina and myself lies in our formulation of the rules, not our policy for enforcing them. Upholding the rules without question is a trait we both share, because that is how a household should be run.
Is this really what you want to do?
Now we can talk.
Whatever could you mean?
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Whether as a killer or as a father, there are two things that must be avoided at all costs: anger and sorrow. Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver. Well, it appears it's about time to proceed. Before we arrived, I told some of my well-behaved children to bring our troublemakers here by nightfall. I do believe I've kept my end of the deal. I give your friends quite a bit more time. As for what happens now, we'll just have to wait and see.
Here they are, Father.
You gonna execute him? Seeing something like that would actually be a first for me.
Lenny!
I'm sorry. I heard about how you helped buy us more time, but I still failed. I couldn't find a way to fulfill her wish.
Huh? Are you... Perry?
Indeed, it's been a while, Clairvy.
Perry!
Shh, stay right there. I'm sorry to postpone our reunion, but first I believe certain scores need settling.
Father, let me explain.
Out of my way.
Father!
You chose to conceal a threat to the house, and for that, you must be punished. Overall, however, I suppose your wrongdoing is hardly the most egregious of the bunch, so I'll deal with your punishments later. As for right now, the more pressing concerns are the traitors among us.
By traitors? Do you mean us?
Father, let me explain. We didn't mean to...
Fultz, why don't you share what you heard?
Yes, Father. Secret Midnight Meeting number 3. Participants: Filial, Nantoy, Sato, Toddy. Nantoy clearly said, "If only Father wasn't the one who took us in." Sato added, "I'm sick of this life. I just want to live as a normal person." Filial was the worst of them all. She called us crazies and said a bunch of mean things about Father.
I did not! You're lying! Fultz is trying to frame us!
It's not like I'm the only one who heard those things. After that, you and Toddy and a bunch of other people started talking about Clairvy. You were using all those things Clairvy brought up as an excuse to question Father. We're birds locked in a cage. The only way out is to destroy it. That's what you said, wasn't it?
You little... You just want me gone, don't you? What did I ever do to you, huh? And you, Sheplo, have you forgotten who stood by your sickbed, watched over you, and changed your dressings? Come on, let's hear it then. What's your reason for all this?
You're wrong, Filial. We don't want you to die. You're our family.
Liar. You wouldn't be doing this if that were the case. So why? Why have you backed us into a corner?
We all live in the House of the Hearth. You know the type of work we do, Filial. A single betrayal can cost dozens of us our lives. It's not like it's never happened before. That kind of thing is hard to forget. That's why the House of the Hearth cannot tolerate any form of betrayal. Ever since we came to Poisson, you've had 7 secret meetings. A lot of the things you talked about really crossed the line.
You've been spying on us for half a month? Wait a second. Now that I think about it, the move to Poisson was just a way to make it easier to spy on us, wasn't it? Because we were all in one place. You've had this planned all along.
Filial, Nantoy, I'm sorry. I owe you both my life. I owe Claire V too. If it weren't for all your help after I got poisoned, I wouldn't be standing here today. If this were any other situation, I would do anything to repay that kindness, even if it cost me my life. But rules are rules. I'm sorry. My hands are tied.
Why? Why?
That's enough, Filial. We made a mistake, and we should own up to it. We broke the rules, plain and simple. And now we have to face the consequences. I'm sorry, Chapleau. Fultz. I'm sorry, Father. We accept our punishment.
Chapleau, according to the rules of the House of the Hearth, how should these traitors be punished?
All those who betray the house pay with their lives.
And so it shall be.
Father, please wait!
Something you want to say, Linny?
Please reconsider, Father. What Filial and the others did, does it really count as betrayal? We all come from broken families. From the very first day we joined the House of the Hearth, we wanted nothing more than to make it a real home. But the truth is, none of us know what a real home should look like. I'm not saying I have all the answers. All I know is this. Killing Filial and the others may uphold the rules, but doing so will only bring us further away from being a real family than we've ever been. So please, Father, please, reconsider.
I agree with Linny.
Father, please.
Linny, you...
I also agree with Linny.
An order once given cannot be rescinded. However, given the extent of your determination, I suppose we shall have to go about this a different way. Draw your weapons and face me.
Our weapons?
Father, are you referring to a duel?
Precisely. The rules of the house will not be altered. Traitors must be punished. However, resolving disputes with a duel is also one of our rules, one that also applies to me. Demonstrate a sufficient showing of strength, and I shall offer a concession.
Wait. Beat Father in a duel?
Impossible. Father is way too strong, even for Linny.
Did you hear that, Traveler? Lenny and the others have to duel the Knave. What should we do? If they lose, those people from the house are really gonna be executed.
Don't you want to say a proper goodbye at least?
Anger makes you impulsive. Sorrow causes you to waver.
Oh. Looking at that expression on her face, she seems really serious about this. Guess that means there's no chance she's throwing the duel on purpose, huh?
When guests are around, families are often on their best behavior. And any disputes are less likely to escalate.
When the time comes, make the choice that you deem most appropriate in the situation, and lend your help.
What's wrong, Traveler? Hey, where are you going?
Traveler?
You see what the fourth of the
You're
Harbingers
asking
can
to
do.
join the duel against the Knave?
That's okay.
I'll allow it. We do have a ready-made dueling ring at our disposal, after all. All I would advise is this. Keep a firm grasp on your weapon, and give it your all. Any less, and you may just lose your life.
Alright, fight time. Finally. One fight, and it's a boss.
Shower me with this! Let's get it on!
Is it my turn now?
Let's nip that in the bud.
Don't get it, you Gray!
Now's our chance!
Now that's more like it.
Dead mate!
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise.
Come in there!
Keep up. With these rising flames.
That's great. Strike a pop!
Try to pace yourself. How amazing. And voila! You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all.
I'll uproot you!
Yeah, this is the team. It actually works really well. One thing I do know is this got spoiled to me by YouTube. You do lose. In a way. Or is this just phase 2? Like child. Sender of two worlds. Yep.
This has been seared away. My blade is all that remains.
One with the force. Watch out for Father's movement. Out!
I'm going to use food because I don't trust the fact that
Can't see?
Right.
Keep up. Now it's our chance. Over here.
should know better than to crowd in one place.
Oh, I know.
No! I'm sorry, Father!
Sorry for what? This pitiful excuse for an attack.
Father, no!
Made it out, did you? You're stronger than I expected.
A crimson moon? I can't move.
Still, not strong enough to beat me.
They're like, I really like this team because it really just flows. The combo just keeps going. And your Dendro's always up.
I believe
Yao
we
Yao
can
helps
end things
counter.
here.
Yao Yao helps
It's not
counter
often that
Farina's
we get to
drain,
enjoy the company of guests.
while
after
not
all.
necessarily sacrificing
want
the
things to
ability
get
to
too
produce
out of
bloom.
Brother, are you alright?
Lenny. Given that I am the victor of this duel, as agreed, the punishment stands.
No!
I never thought things would end like this.
However, everyone involved in the duel demonstrated a remarkable level of strength and determination. In light of this, I'm prepared to change the method of execution. Elwar, the bottled flames I gave you for safekeeping. Do you still have them?
Yes? I wasn't sure what they were for, but I've kept them super safe. I didn't lose a single one.
Wonderful. Then, in just a moment, I'll have you administer them.
Bottled flames?
Indeed. They're the product of a secret experiment. Under certain special circumstances, flames can be extracted from my person and preserved. Once ingested, searing pain will spread across every inch of your body. No harm will come to you physically, but your memories will be burned away. If you can withstand the pain. When you awake, you'll have forgotten everything you know about the House of the Hearth, and will be expelled from the organization. In other words, administering this concoction will kill the version of you that grew up in the house, and give you a new identity.
Must have been the same warrior we saw in the last list of executions. He wasn't killed at all.
Memory is a mysterious thing indeed. Losing a portion of your memories will alter your sense of self.
So, you're just letting us go, Father?
You misunderstand. Memories are extremely important. Once consumed by flame, the version of you standing before me will die, and our secrets will die with you. So no, I don't intend to just let you go, because the person who survives will be nothing but a stranger.
Even so, I won't have to live in fear anymore. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry I let you down. But I really...
Don't cry, Filial. You haven't left the house yet, so there are still rules to be followed, yes? Remember what I taught you. Anger makes you impulsive, sorrow causes you to waver. Don't let yourself be controlled by your emotions.
Of course. I'll remember.
Dry your tears, and go pursue the life you really want.
Yes, Father.
Chaplot, Fultz, Elwar. Take them back to Poisson. And bring Linny and the others as well. I prepared 3 extra vials of bottled flames. As for whether to take them, the choice is yours. Goodbye, children. The next time we meet, I will no longer be your father. Thank you for all you've done for the house. I hope you have bright futures ahead of you.
It is an interesting twist, though. Instead of having the
Father.
story member join you, you fight them. This is going to be just another weekly fight, right?
Let's go.
Here, grab my arm, Linny. I'll help you walk back.
Thank you.
Clairvy.
Can we talk now? I've been waiting for a super long time. You really are Perry, aren't you? I haven't seen you in so long. How come you're all grown up? Wait, did I somehow travel to the future on accident? Or am I dreaming? What a long dream.
Neither. You died, Clairvy. That's what happened.
You could have at least sugarcoated it a little. Look, she's so
If this really is Clairvy's younger self, then I would say she's probably had enough lies.
Oh. Okay then.
Huh? That's it? You accepted it just like that?
Yep. If that's what Perry says happened, then I believe her. Perry wouldn't lie to me. Plus, I don't really need to know why I'm like this. I'm more curious about what happens in the future. If you're a Harbinger now, Perry, that means Mother is gone, isn't she? Can you tell me about it? I want to know what happened to her. And to me.
You never stopped trying to defy fate. At first, no one believed you. You could only vent your frustrations to the moon. In fact, you often sought comfort in the night sky. You wanted to see the aurora, so one night we promised each other we would go to Snezhnaya to see it together. Later on, you tried to run away, but you were brought back each time. Mother spared your life, but it wasn't out of kindness. Instead, she decided to make an example of you by slowly torturing you over time. That way, the other children would know what happens to traitors. Still, you never gave up. Mother hoped that through ruthless duel after ruthless duel, she would be able to crown an ultimate victor among the children she raised. But you called on everyone to unite, to fight to a draw in order to reduce casualties. Your efforts may have only delayed the inevitable, but still. You gave them hope. You tried everything you could think of, but every attempt ended in failure. Still, you never turned your sword on Crucibina, and you never turned it on me. On that gloomy day, you told me, "For the last 16 years of my life, I've done everything I can to fight for freedom. But now, I realize that the only freedom I truly possess is the freedom to choose to die."
I never imagined I would say something like that. I must have been feeling really worn down. But somehow, I still think I understand. According to Mother's plan, only one of us was going to make it until the end. And I always hoped that person would be you. If I could do it all over again, I still don't think I would make a different choice. Even when I first met you, I knew you'd be able to do what I couldn't.
Is that so? Even now, I'm not sure I truly understand what kind of freedom you were trying to pursue. But as the head of the House of the Hearth, and as the children's father, I've tried to give them the most basic of freedoms. The freedom to choose their own fate. It's something I discussed with the Eudex of Fontaine. The children who want to leave the house will have their memories wiped clean of all secrets pertaining to the organization. In return, they will be allowed to live a normal life in Fontaine without being prosecuted for their past. Of course, I won't simply hand freedom to them on a silver platter. They have to fight for it and prove themselves worthy of it. Only freedom that is earned has true value.
That's more than enough. That's exactly the kind of life I was fighting for. You know, Perry, I think you're a pretty amazing king, and a really great father, too. I'm really happy that you're the one who took over the house. I guess I do have one regret, though. I still haven't seen the outside world.
Well, it just so happens that our dear guests over here have been to many nations and traveled to countless places. Perhaps they would be willing to tell you what the outside world is like.
Really? Of course! We've traveled all over the place. We've got so many stories, we could probably talk your ears off for 3 days straight!
Those yokai you mentioned, what do they look like? I once saw a drawing of this one guy with horns on his head and a super scary face. Are there any yokai like that?
Oh, sounds like you're talking about an Oni. Yep, we've met one, and let Paimon tell you, they're not nearly as scary as they look.
You know, I used to dream of being a bard. Playing the lute while singing into the winds of freedom. Even if there was no one there to listen, I would have continued to sing no matter what. Ah, that's where Mora comes from. I never knew that before. If I had some Mora, I would buy 3 new dresses. One for me, one for Perry, and one for Mother. It's just too bad Perry doesn't like wearing dresses. And Mother, she probably wouldn't accept something like that either. I guess I'd just have to keep them all for me then. I could wear a different one every day. I was always too afraid to skip Mother's fighting lessons. But at the academia, I bet you could do all sorts of secret things in class. Things that have nothing to do with studying. I'm just kidding. Being able to study whatever you want without having to fear for your life actually sounds pretty great.
Various nations you visited, eventually the conversation returns to Fontaine, the nation she once called home.
The situation was super dangerous. Lenny and Lynette were accused of committing a crime, and they were going to have to stand trial at the Opera Epicles.
Oh no! That must have been hard for all of you.
Don't worry, we were able to turn the situation around super.
How'd you do that? Come on, tell me.
I like how she
Okay, so it was
or
like
you know, it's just sitting there, just like humoring the whole thing.
And
Shadows don't have the capacity to learn or grow.
Cutscene.
Clairvy, you've worked tirelessly from the shadows to overthrow the House of the Hearth. Now, by my authority as the Knave, I shall announce how this matter ends. You are hereby expelled from the House of the Hearth. You are no longer tied to this place, nor are you bound by its rules.
You're saying that I can finally leave? I get to experience the outside world as well? Oh, I almost forgot. There's no getting older for me. Still, seeing who you grew up to be makes me really happy, Parallel. Take care of yourself. Goodbye.
May we meet again someday.
Clairvy. She left so soon. Paimon didn't even get to finish her story.
I also have certain sentiments left unsaid. I wanted to tell her that the aurora I saw in Snezhnaya was just as beautiful as the ones in the pictures. But a shadow's memories reset at dawn. Had we delayed any longer, we wouldn't have had the time to say goodbye. Whatever regrets may linger, let them be lost to the coming of a new day.
Father?
It's Linny! Hey, Linny! What is he doing back here? Let's go check.
Father, the bottled flames have been administered. Filial and the others have left the house.
And you? What have you decided?
Thank you for giving us that choice, Father. But we never wanted to leave the house. It's the only home we've ever known. Lynette and Fremine feel the same way. They're recuperating back at the Hotel Bouffe d'été. But I decided to come back and tell you where we stood.
I'm sure you're well aware of the expectations I have for you. I want you to follow in my footsteps and become the next king of the house. Yet you seem to have different ideas. I must admit, I'm rather surprised by your decision to stay. There's nothing wrong with choosing to live a quiet life. Leading this organization is a heavy responsibility, one not so easily carried by someone forced onto the throne.
I just never understood what you saw in me. What made you believe I was deserving of that throne?
You're brave, talented, and, most importantly, you cherish your family. You would do anything to protect them, even if it costs you your life.
Speaking up back there was so brave of you, Linny. It's all thanks to you that we were able to convince Father to back down.
You're a hero, Linny.
Hero. Father is the real hero. Had Father gone all out during the duel, there's no way I would have walked away with my life. She must have had it all planned from the beginning, from the very moment she suggested a duel. I'm not deserving of that title. I'm not strong enough or smart enough.
You're wrong. In my opinion, all you need to be deserving of the throne is conviction and the necessary strength to act on it. We may have different ideas of what it means to be a family, but you can hardly be said to lack conviction. What you truly lack is strength. For someone of your talent, though, that's something that will come with time. Even without that strength, you still chose to face me in a duel, even though the odds were stacked against you. That capacity to honor your convictions is what I truly see in you.
Father.
No one knows what the future holds, what tragedy or triumph may be in store. Being at the head of this organization requires the strength of will to face whatever comes. Caution will only hold you back. If reaching a certain standard were required to go after what you want, I would never have succeeded in killing my predecessor. Back then, there was still a considerable gap between our abilities. Strength may decide the ultimate victor, but those who let a lack of strength dictate their decisions or undermine their convictions will never be worthy of the throne.
I understand, Father. Thank you.
Children must grow up to surpass their parents. Only then can a family continue to flourish. The road ahead is not an easy one, so I'll ask you one last time. Are you certain you want to stay?
You've done so much for me, Father, and that kindness must be repaid. Plus, with Project Stuja at hand, there are many dangers ahead, and I, for one, don't intend to back down. Protecting my family at all costs. That's my conviction.
Then you're welcome to stay. As for Project Stuja, you need not be too concerned. If those cowardly businessmen and heartless dignitaries try to take us down, I'm prepared to teach them a lesson. Having members who longed for the light was our organization's last weakness. With those members no longer among our ranks, the House of the Hearth is like a spider hiding in the shadows. We need only wait for our prey to come to us. At present, our imperative is to use their plan to our advantage.
The next banner
In
has
doing so,
a Sino
a
story,
crimson
so I'll be
moon
back
shall
in like 3
rise amid the
weeks
frigid
for this.
blizzards of winter. No demonstration of loyalty shall go unrewarded, and no sacrifice shall be in vain. As for the two of you, whether we meet again as friend or foe, I'll remember the camaraderie we shared in this moment. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, I hope we both reach our desired destination.
Alright, wait 2 days. I got an achievement, and I'm curious as to what that achievement was, because I got it during the fight. So I did something that was supposed to happen during the fight.
Hey, Merc.
Yeah, where's this other achievement? Oh, there it is. Unleash 4 Scarlet Night Tides in a single battle against the Knave. I don't really know what I was doing. I was just following my strategy.
Didn't Lenny say that?
I see a non-boss battle fight.
and
Yeah, I hear everything.
Don't be scared. Hey, go away. Ha!
You asked for it. Let me try.
Yeah, the only real problem is technically Dia. Her cooldown's just slightly not long enough. Or it's slightly too long to be able to use it consistently. And I'm sure there's other characters I could use to bypass that, like just simply putting like a character like Bennett that has like an almost no cooldown. I could also use a character like Yang Fei. Like I literally just switch to her skill and then switch off to cast. But the whole point of Dia is that she's an off-fielder. Like I see so many people complain about how weak Dia is, right? And I'm not arguing she's strong or weak. I'm not arguing that. When I got Dia, I got her for one fucking reason. Off-field pyro. That is what I wanted. Because Shanglin was pretty much the only off-field, the general off-field pyro. She has a skill that gives really decent off-field pyro effects. You have any type of pyro effect you want to trigger, she can do it off-field. And that's what I wanted, and that's what I've been using her for in a variety of different build attempts. I even had a burning build at one point, which was Tainari, Dia, Yao Yao, and who was the other pyro? I think it was Shanglin, actually. And it was just burning, and it worked well too. But then I was mixing teams around, and I think I ended up with Kokomi back on this team. And I kind of just realized, like, I think I had Kokomi and it was Beto, not Raiden. So it was almost like the old Tainari team I had. But then I realized that Kokomi had a weakness in that original team. And that was that her skill is very small ranged. Meaning that it doesn't affect such a wide surface. So it really made it hard to trigger those bloom effects. So I came up with this strat, which was, no, sorry, not came up with the strat. Sorry, I decided, oh, you know what? I could put Farina in instead, because Farina has a long skill that will pelt the variety of enemies with it, right? And I'm like, well, if I do that, though, I need a healer. So I switched Raiden, or Beto out. I'm like, wait, I can go do Yao Yao, and then I can get the elemental mastery thing. And then it just kind of all fell into pieces here. Right now, out of all the teams I'm running, the ones I'm the most proud of are this one, this one, and a little bit this one, not gonna lie. The primary reason behind this team is in the new area, there's these statue enemies that not only resist Geo, but have Geo shields. And the best way to handle Geo shields is to either use Claymores or Overload. And guess what? I can do both. And it really makes it efficient in dealing with the shields. Before we do this, though, I want to do... We're going to redo the test run on her. Because I just want to make sure... I want to double check what I was missing here. Okay, so her skill does damage. Then you have to use a charge attack or her burst to absorb it all back. And when the bond of life exceeds her max HP, that's when she gets her pyro effect. Okay, that's not what I tried before, so let's try this again. I see now.
This is where you fall.
Here's backup! Witness the power of animal hypostasis emulation!
Overruled.
Okay, I see it. You know what? Let's do it. There's another reason why I want to pull for her, though. Oh, wow. Well, I got a new 4-star. Yeah, I don't have good luck with pulling anymore. And I got her. Well, that's, you know, like, I say I don't have good luck. I won the 50-50, but I used up all my saved points. There is... Oh, I got her twice. I still want Baijo in the next banner, so it's going to be tricky. I will need to fight the boss, which is probably the one that was just introduced. I haven't fought it yet. I don't know how I feel about her, because I had no real intention of ever getting her. Traverse. I'll get her to 60. I don't see a need to get her higher than that, but well, at the very least we can pull on normal banner. I will say it feels like I haven't gotten a 5-star here in a while, so and it'll probably still be a while. So, the reason why I said is because I'm going to give her this. I've been looking for a character to give this to as a main DPS. She's not a main DPS. That'll do. Because it is a massively strong attack weapon. I have nothing against putting her on this team over D-Luke, but I'll literally give D-Luke's stuff to her. But I'm questioning whether I keep Farazan here or not. Because I have no problem putting Farazan on this team. I just have to decide. Because Beidou doesn't have the sword anymore. If you remember, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I gave Beidou the cardboard sword. Yeah, she doesn't have that anymore. Who did I give it to? I gave it to... Oh, I gave it to Noelle. Just to make her stronger when I needed to attack.
Need a hand?
No, I don't, because I didn't click you.
This will be a productive partnership, I hope.
Give her all the D-Luke stuff. No. That's high attack, and she's only level 40. I've heard people talking about how she's like really strong even at a low level.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see. Our ideals are not entirely aligned. If we are to work together, we must be willing to compromise. To that end, I'm willing to share certain secrets with you. Information that I choose not to reveal, however, is best left unexplored. For your own good, of course. On occasion, we hold barbecue dinners at the house, and the children prepare the ingredients themselves. They enjoy participating in activities like that, and the feeling is mutual. After all, it's always possible certain familiar faces will be missing from the crowd the next time a similar event rolls around. I dislike complex seasonings. They dull one's sense of smell and taste. Allowing the ingredients to maintain their original flavor is also a way to respect. This memo states that today is your birthday. Is that true? Birthdays should be lively occasions. It's always nice to have an excuse to set formal matters aside every now and then, whether it's for the purpose of celebrating yourself or others. Come, I've prepared a feast for you at the House of the Hearth. Let's not keep the children waiting.
There's almost like a mixture of we're keeping this formal, but hey, let's celebrate your birthday. Voices her again. Aaron does a great job. But yeah, I'm considering getting Farazan out, but I need to figure. I'm thinking of putting Farazan in this team, but basically these two do the same thing pretty much. I'm just trying to decide who's. You know what? I'll keep Traveler because A, he's level 80, and B, he's also a battery. Alright, where's Farazan?
It's been a while since I've limbered up.
Alright, so now I want an off-fielder here. It's gonna be an expensive month, I'm telling you. I don't see myself getting lucky beating the 50-50 on, Calm down there, Cadet Kelly.
Some criminals try to use the sound of thunder to conceal gunshots. But that trick does. The sheer vastness of the desert is oh, hold! I need to service my musket before the mechanism freezes. Happy birthday! Ahem. At attention! Chin up,
I think
shoulder...
I've heard this one. I heard it on the website. On the wiki, I mean. Yeah, so I need to switch you to an off-fielder. I know these two are still in the run to be used. I could technically move Layla in. The thing is, part of me almost doesn't want to run Fischl, even though I do. Because... it's either that or I take Daimien off this team. Because I really don't want both teams to be overload. And Fischl has an effect that is based off attack, so running the dual fire is really, really usable. That would mean putting Daimien on another team, and... if I want to keep him, anyways. It'd be nice to have something that's more based off of a basic attack. I'm thinking Mona or Kokomi. Let's try Mona for now.
This is how it must be.
Alright. So yeah, I need to get Farzan out of here. Where the hell am I putting her? Wouldn't mind Dendro. I only got 3 Dendro I'm not using, though. Kale could work. I don't really see Kirara working, and he's an on-field DPS full stop. And he's a bad one.
Trainee Forest Ranger Kale, reporting.
Please tell me you still have functional stuff on you. Okay. We need elemental mastery, please. And we need it on the exile, if you wouldn't mind. You know what, I'll take that. Oh, wow, that's a nearly clean split there. Well, that kind of gives me all of it, doesn't it? Where's my current thing? Okay, well that was kind of pointless, but... Did I click the wrong... Oh no, I didn't click the wrong thing, I just... See, that's a good effect, but it's on a... Like, those are all terrible substats. That one's not bad. Yo, let's go. Okay, well that was crappy, but I'll still take the attack and the... And then the headpiece is not great, but... I'll switch to this one. So I guess this is going to be like overload, burning, and aggravate, I guess? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I got some boss fighting to do once I finish this story here.
Lynette? Fremine? How are you feeling?
Much better.
Whew, what a relief!
What about you? Are you feeling alright?
Right as
I
rain.
knew you'd come out unscathed. Us, on the other hand, well, we've been bedridden for 2 days. I couldn't even turn over. Oh, and I wanted to ask, is Clairvy... Linny and the other members have left Poisson and returned to the House of the Hearth. According to him, there haven't been any more sightings of a spirit roaming the house.
We bid her farewell under the blanket of sunlight.
I see.
I'm glad. Father came to check up on us 2 days ago and told us about what happened with Crusabina and Clairvy. Actually, I've met Crusabina before.
Wait, what? You've met the former Knave?
Crusabina died a year after Clairvy. It was during the year between their deaths that I joined the House of the Hearth. Crusabina had an extremely cruel and radical way of doing things. While she was alive, the atmosphere in the house was suffocating. When I joined, though, the experiment she valued so much had already come to an end, and all the people involved, dead and injured alike, were gone. Crusabina never talked about the past with us newcomers. A couple of months after I joined, Father killed Crusabina and burned all her files. With that, the names of all the people subjected to her experiments, Clairvy included, were lost to the flames, along with the painful memories they represented.
Father took in Lenny and me a couple months after that, but she never mentioned anything about Crusabina or Clairvy.
It really seems like something she was planning to keep to herself. The last time you talked to her, did she mention why she kept it a secret for so long?
She said she didn't want us to be affected by the darkness of the past. She was worried we'd develop a false sense of gratitude towards her if we knew about it. The foundation of a family should be free of any corrupting influence. Whatever happened in the past, it has nothing to do with who we are now. And that's what Father told us in the end.
But I still thanked her for everything. It was only after hearing about what Crusabina did that I finally realized how insignificant our lives could have been. The members of the house meant nothing to her. To say that she valued them in any way, even just as a tool, would probably be giving her too much credit. If Father hadn't taken over the House of the Hearth, I probably would have already...
Father rarely brings up the fact that she saved us. She doesn't believe that being indebted to her should be what ties us together. But even if we didn't owe her anything, we would still choose to stay. Because this is our home. We may have arguments or times when we feel wronged. Some people may even choose to leave. But as long as Father's here, we will always have a home.
Whether the path before us is bathed in sunlight or shrouded in shadow, we'll follow Father wherever she chooses to go. So I wanted to say thank you for helping us make it through this crisis. Without your help, we could have lost a lot more along the way.
Oh, we didn't do anything, really.
Of course, you're welcome anytime.
Are filial and Toy okay?
I actually saw them at a cafe this morning. They didn't recognize me. From what I could tell, they were drinking coffee and talking about one of the operas that started running recently. They seemed happy. If I had to take a guess, I would say they finally found the kind of life they always wished for.
There we go. Alright, so I gotta do a few adjustment things here too. So, Daly's team. Lynette was a placeholder when I was originally going to go for her, and now that I've gotten her, the same applies to the Serenity Pot as well. I put Lynette in here as a placeholder. I haven't claimed any dailies yet, so... I just hope that Baiju doesn't cost me too much, and I hope too that Siegeween doesn't kill me either. Tubby, my friend.
This realm is true.
Coming, hit 8. Perfect.
If you ever...
See what your intro dialogue is.
It's my turn to play the guest, I see. A novel turn of events. I shall follow your lead and play the good visitor. And to you. Ah, yes. Before turning in for the night, I noticed some corners of the realm that had not been cleaned for some time. You should see to that, once the opportunity presents itself. It's my turn to play the guest. I shall follow your lead. Thank you for inviting me to this realm. This has proved a fine vacation spot. Is a transfer of ownership on the cards by any chance?
You want to buy the Serenity Pot?
No need to startle. This is a quiet and secure location, shielded from outside disturbances. It would make for a good backup base. Any object that could solve many problems is worth paying a fair price for.
Not the disappointed, but this isn't for
An
sale.
unfortunate answer, but not an unexpected one. This resembles a home more than it does a base. Let us keep it that way, then.
Speaking of
Is
home,
something the matter?
want to hold a family barbecue? All the children...
A fine suggestion. This place is sufficiently large for a family gathering. The children will be glad to have the chance to visit and play at a friend's place. It is agreed, then. As for the costs of this gathering, simply leave it to me.
I wanted to see what she said
It's
with some
my
of the
turn
other
to play.
dialogue
I shall
here.
follow your... Thank you for... Is a transfer of ownership. No need to startle. This is a quiet and secure location. Any object that could solve many... An unfortunate... This resembles a home. Is something the matter?
No children from the House of the Hearth would be welcome.
A fine suggestion. This place is sufficient. The children will be glad to have the chance to visit and play at a friend's place. It is agreed, then.
So that's all said and done. I'm presuming that this is the boss that I need to fight. I'll need to fight him 6 times. Get her to 60, I believe. This is going to require overload, I already know it.
Everybody stand back! Adventures! Oz, reveal thy... Practice on the sun!
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
Transfixed!
The hearth!
Oh, fuck you.
Now it's extinguished.
I'm going in!
Is there any reason why she wasn't healing? Probably something to do with her mechanic. Oh, great. Well, I'm without a DPS for like.
Shoot! I can't afford any more bandages. Everybody stand back! Just like we rehearsed! Wings of darkness! Come, sever night!
No rest for the wicked.
By royal decree! Going in!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I summon thee! Let's light it up! Oz, reveal thy... Everybody stand back!
No rest for the wicked. Mein Fräulein, should you...
Crisis on your side! Go!
6 seconds and I'm back in business.
Teamwork is true!
Overruled. The hearth!
How did she heal? Does she not heal? I'm so confused and it's infuriating.
I summon thee! Midnight Phantasmagoria!
I'm not against that. Like, I wanted a physical
Anger.
pyro DPS. It's either this or wait for Hu Tao. I'm just standing in Bennett's burst, not healing. That's what's bothering me. I don't really care whether she's a spammer or not. That's what she's on the team for. I want to know why she wasn't healing. and can only be healed through Bale Moon Rising. So she can only be healed by her own burst. So why is Bennett on the team then? Like, granted, yeah, he's, yeah, you know, I have him C6, so he provides buffs and stuff, but... Well, if that's the case, then Kali's off the team.
A walk would be nice.
There's our replacement.
Off we go.
If I can't heal her, I'm gonna sure as hell make sure she doesn't take damage. Need more pyro healers. I'd love just one more pyro healer. Supposedly I think she can heal, but it's like very specific on how she does so. Quickly shoulders her musket and fires at her opponents for short duration. After she will continuously restore HP to your active character in the field. Okay, yeah. So, oh, so she's a straight up healer then. Okay. Idea. I'm gonna need to buff Cheverus too. I'm gonna move Fischl to this team. This team will be Fischl, Cheverus, and Mika. Cheverus, Fischl, Mika, and Yoimiya. I'll leave Bennett here, but Fischl will have to come off. Much as I don't want to, I really almost want to put Electro Traveler, because whatever goes here is going to be the team. It's going to be what the element is, because obviously Zhongli is not going to help on this, and like that's if I leave Bennett here, of course. Don't want to leave Mika here because Mika's an attack speed buffer.
My mind is completely blank. I need to get out and unwind.
There's still a long road ahead.
Armed and ready.
HP. HP, HP. So she's just straight up full HP. What does her burst do? It's just damage, okay. All these characters are being used right now. Because the problem is like not running that, I can get way better HP values by just simply not running that. I don't even know what to run. Because, like, in reality, it's like nothing I have is actually really, like, outside of HP, nothing I have here is really beneficial to her. Like, outside of, like, maybe this one that Barbara's running, and I'm not dropping that from Barbara, so... Maybe this one? Thing is, though, that doesn't buff HP. And since when do I only have 2 of these things? I swear to God, I had like a shit ton of these. I might have burned them all, though, thinking that I was never going to use them. I guess. Where's the healing one? They're all in use. Yep, that'll do. Black tassel, here I come. I only have to get a few more of these because I should have like a shit ton of the other stuff. That team should be fine too. What is her boss again? Some this thing here probably, right?
Solidified!
The night is cold. Everybody stand! Cole, line to command. My guidance.
Order guide you. Gather!
Lay bare.
This is actually the fun part, is that I can switch to Layla's skill without losing my buff.
Stabilize!
Stars, shine for me.
Transfixed. Witness my rise.
Okay, so her skill actually removed my buff, but so I see. So you really have to play around with it, I guess. Okay, so that should allow me to level up Chivalrous.
Ow!
she go? There she is.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
This thing is very confusing. It says when all party members are pyro and electro characters, then there is at least one pyro and electro character each in the party. Or is that supposed to be an or? Let me look this up. The wiki is less useful in the description. You know, when I thought they'd actually explain things, it explained just as much, which is nothing. Okay, so yeah, I have to drop Nika, sadly. But that's fine. I'll just run beta.
I trust you.
I'll take point and scout ahead.
You basically need C6 for Chevreuse to be useful. C4 gives her a second usage of her skill. C6 gives her party recovery instead of active character only. Okay, well, we'll hold off on this then. And we'll see how it... We'll see how it works here.
No rest for the wicked.
Let's freeze! The fuse is lit! Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
To ashes! By royal decree!
Here come the fireworks!
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Drop your weapons!
Fire hazard! Justice will prevail! Eyes on me! Midnight Phantasmagoria! Fuse is lit! A festive retreat!
You know what? That wasn't bad.
Let the wind lead.
Can't really control C6 Shabrus, so we'll deal with that when you know, whenever she may gift me such an occasion. Really, all I can hope for with that is that she appears on the banner of a character I want to pull for. That's pretty much how I get most of my C6s. Is I get really unlucky with certain 4-stars.
Transfiguration by Ordinance Divine. Here comes the catch.
A moment, please.
Time to have a seat.
Barbados, guide us.
Let's begin.
My will embodied.
Way now.
Busted. Unleash.
A moment, please.
Gotcha. Go as one. Manifest. Cryo incarnate.
Fuck it. Alright, I think I need to fight this guy one more time. Yeah, one more time. And one more time there, too.
Odds reveal. Final warning. Time for a light show.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
To ashes. Fuse is lit. Group Bishop down. By royal decree, stop right there. You asshole. Time for a light show. Ha!
Not gonna lie, I'm gonna switch,
That didn't kill. Shadow Raven. Let night
Beidou
fall.
and Raiden. On the two teams they're on. Because once Yoimiya's burst is up, I can actually use Raiden's burst and have a second DP, have an alternative DPS.
I trust you.
Anger makes you impulsive, and sorrow always keep moving forward. Never let yourself be constrained by power. Flames course through my body like blood. This may be nothing but a figure of speech to some, but for me, it's the harsh reality of my existence. The children often make use of words and phrases from popular vernacular that are only comprehensible among themselves, much like the code words we use during missions. Of course, children often need their own. In my free time, I enjoy observing insects in the forest. The dynamics between them are fascinating. The way they hunt for food, compete with each other, even cooperate. Those that seem formidable aren't always the ones that make it until the end, and a single error can prove fatal. I observed flames course through.
Yeah, I need to hear the good night.
Time to retire for the night. Oh, can't sleep, you say? Well, I'm afraid you'll have to figure something out for yourself. I have a certain suspicion my solution won't be to your liking. It is said that the moon is like an eye, gazing down upon the mortal. Whenever I return home at midday, I often find the children sprawled across the ground in the midst of sleep. A certain level of fatigue is common at this hour. Perhaps you... Good morning. Only in the grip of winter do people truly appreciate the warmth of flames. Fear not. What's a little thunder when even lightning wouldn't dare strike our path? Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my... What could the children be up to? Never mind. This kind of weather is more enjoyably spent under the cover. I would advise you to keep your secrets close.
Oh, do they both use the same one? This is fine. I just need to get them past tier 1. I think this is the one. I was right.
Terrified! We shall prevail! Rain outlines your fate.
Share my knowledge. Let's wait for the
Get with me!
Come on.
Rain
First.
worse.
Brown ones are only used for tier 1 anyways.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a book. Grant us your blessing. Dissipate.
Make yourselves at home. Commit it to memory. This may hurt a little.
No, my sword. Time to act.
Part of me kind of wishes you could scale stuff
No, my
as much
sword.
as you could,
Ring cutter. Flee. Hear my prayer.
Sharing my knowledge. I'm seeing stars. Commit it to memory.
Dissipate.
almost died on that one. Two more runs and I have enough.
Everyone hold hands.
I'll settle this. Body and mind. Witness the power. We shall prevail.
This may hurt a little. Make yourselves at home.
Not gonna lie, I appreciate Candace's kit, but I feel like Candace's kit would make far more sense if it ran on defense. And I think it'd be really cool too if after a certain constellation, if you time her shield, you get a defense buff.
Ring cutter.
Commit it to memory. The Temple of Wisdom. Grow.
Our bond is strong. No, my sword.
I think that should be enough. Oh, good. I gotta run it. I misunderstood how many I needed. I gotta run it. I have 4 and I need 9, so I gotta run it. If I get 2 each time, then I gotta run it 3 more times. Which Risen-wise actually works out well, because I got 40 left. I get 60 when I reuse a Risen.
We shall prevail! Rain outlines your fate. Let me...
Yeah! Yeah! Share my knowledge! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Tough right there!
Fuck you.
No, my sword!
I see everything!
Fuck off!
Hear my prayer!
This way, Colonel! Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
Fucking suffer from Bloom, you fucking asshole.
Yeah!
We gotta wait 1 minute. Thirty seconds.
Stand with me!
Alright, get some health back. Okay, CC cleaner. Not the time.
The bond is strong! Do your worst! Huh?
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom! Yeah!
I think that's the best part about Naida, is abusing her burst animation to avoid damage.
Witness the power! Grant us your blessing!
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
One more.
I see everything!
Stand with me! Know my sword! Rain outlines your fate! Rain cutter! Yeah. Hear my prayer!
Make yourselves at home! Now we'll grow! Yeah! Yeah!
to get me what I need, and then I just need to fight the boss one more time to get Chevreuse to 60. Was not expecting to pull her here, but I'm not upset.
Our bond is strong. Grant us your blessing. Let me weave you a hook. Let's make her the share my knowledge. Help! I'm seeing stars. Committed to memory. Get with me. Flee. Body and mind. Ring cutter. Hear my prayer. This way, Turtle. Grow, grow, grow. The Temple of Wisdom. Committed to me. Out of my way. Our bond is strong.
I win. Alright, and that is now Chevreuse at level 60. With that said, we are now going to switch to my dailies team. So we can cash in on the dailies. Oh yeah, Chevreuse has her reward thing. We're gonna also do that too. Dailies.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
Oh, okay.
Work-life balance.
Is it a birthday? Let's just some web browser event. What the hell? What do you mean I've not done any of this stuff? Log into Genshin? Excuse me? Complete 2 dailies? Excuse me? Spend 40 risen? Excuse me? What was I doing the last God knows how long? Oh, glad you like that. Hey, never let. That is quite classic. If it can be prepared with a tasteless base and refreshing and elegant flavor that will present the features. I don't understand why none of these things are checked off. Alright, well, I guess I'll worry about that tomorrow. I love frame rate issues because my computer is too busy doing other things than doing what it needs to be doing. I don't understand because sometimes this happens and then sometimes it doesn't. Alright, well, that's the stream for today. That went on a lot longer than I initially hoped. That went on a bit longer than I intended it to. Pretty much just intended to do the story, but then I decided to actually pull for her Then I got Chevreuse, and then that, you know. Getting a second character, though, isn't necessarily a bad thing. Because it allows you to go back and forth between bosses, like I did there. Now, like I said, I won't buy you on Banner 2, so we'll hopefully be able to pull up enough primos to get him rather easily. And then I can start saving up for Siege Meme and the following banner. Right now, I don't care about Claren at all. I really want Siege because I want more healers, and that's another reason why I'm going for Baiju. Because for those that haven't noticed, I don't use duplicates in my teams. If a character is in a team, they are not in another team. Right? All my teams have to consist of not duplicating characters to get so I can get the most out of, you know, the characters I have. Right? Some teams are better than others, some teams are more fun than others, but that's fine. Like, I'm not against having a tried and true team, but most of the game doesn't need a tried and true, you know, one-shotting Spiral Abyss style team. Especially since I don't do Spiral Abyss anyways, so let me see tomorrow's. Tomorrow, I think we could do, do some TTYD tomorrow. Be No Stream Tuesday, Tokyo Mirage Wednesday, Link to the Past Thursday, TTYD Friday, Tokyo Mirage Saturday, and then Link to the Past on Sunday. I think that's a good system for scheduling. So with that said, I'm going to call it here for tonight. My name is Daimien Kamiya. I am the Omni King. To be a friend, full, or a member of the Omni Council, I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.